All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our May 14th, 2026 County Council meeting of Lac-Sainte-Anne County. What Shane Getson calls it God's country, right? Just look outside, no wind, beautiful sun, rain in the forecast. Couldn't be better. So anyways, welcome to everyone here. Just looking at the agenda, additions to the agenda, I'm going to mention a couple of them here before I open it up to everyone else. Under corporate services, I'd like to add taxation procedures. And this is for everyone just to understand all the tax notices have come out now, and then what your procedure is if you don't agree with it. So we'll explain that procedure, make it easier for everyone. Infrastructure, we're going to add dust control. We're going to talk about that a little bit. There's been a lot of questions on the dust control that we do, and again, we'll have a discussion on that. All right, and I open it up for any other additions to the agenda.
Yeah, and I'm going to talk about that in the, under governance training.
Okay, we'll just add, yeah, the governance training will be expanded a little bit. All right, any further additions? Staff, no? Everything's good?
I'll move it.
Okay, moved by Dale to approve the acceptance of the agenda. All in favor? Carried. Okay, public input session. We don't have anyone on the record today to speak, so I do appreciate, again, the public that is here attending. Thank you very much. And those that are online, we welcome you as well and encourage people to continue doing that. Next, we're going to jump to, are we going to do ag services? Or minutes, yeah, we got to do minutes first. Thank you. And then we'll go to community services. All right. So first of all, the minutes, you've all read the minutes. Are there any errors or omissions in those minutes? If not, is someone prepared to move the adoption? Jill? All right, any discussion? All in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, so we'll jump down to community and protective services. First, Trista then. Shut my phone off.
Good morning, Council. Through the REIV, I can also present the Ag Services appointments of the inspectors as well, if we want to come back to that after. But the first item under Community Services, 9A1, is the Home Support Program for 2026. So the Home Support Program, as Council is aware, is a light housekeeping program that we offer to qualified local seniors. Today's item isn't to explore the actual provision of the program. That will come through our service delivery review, but it is to look at whether or not we want to offer the program out to other municipalities. So in the past few years, we have offered it to municipalities. In 2025, it was offered to all municipalities within our area. Only the town of Onaway, Alberta Beach, and Valquinton signed up for it. It's important to note that the county is fully reimbursed from our partners to provide this service, as well as a 30% administration fee. So it is here with the recommendation that we do continue to offer it out in 2026 to the other municipalities. The other options would be that we grandfather the current clients in for 2026, or at least a portion of, so that we can give them notice if we are going to terminate the service or to discontinue. And so it is before you for your recommendation or for your decision.
Okay, Council, thank you. Any questions? Barry?
Who are the partners that are covering the cost of this?
Any municipality that enters into the agreement. So in 2025, it was the town of Onaway, Alberta Beach, and the Summer Village of Valquinton.
Okay, further questions? Okay, Bo?
Do those municipalities want to continue on with this program themselves?
My understanding is yes at this point. We haven't opened it up to new clients for 2026 yet. Only the existing clients have been kind of grandfathered in until a decision is made.
Okay, Dale?
Do we know the uptake numbers? How many people are participating?
Yeah, they're in the
They're in here?
report, I
Is
believe.
in the report. So there's 14 clients currently that are county residents, 2 in the town of Onaway, 1 in Alberta Beach, and there are currently none in Valquinton.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, I see that.
Okay, Jill?
Just wondering, does the town of Onaway and Alberta Beach, do they not have their own FCS funding to do this on their own? Like, do we have to be the creator of this program, or can they not do it themselves?
They potentially could. They all are partners or involved in FCSS. It's just, as far as administration goes, it's kind of easier to keep it all under one umbrella. But there is potential that they could offer it themselves directly as well.
I do believe, for example, Mayerthorpe does their own, right?
I don't believe they have a home support program, but they do most of their programming on their
Okay,
own.
I thought they had one, but maybe not. Bo?
Do we know the cost of this program, what it actually costs us? Because we only have 16 people taking advantage of this program, just whether it's cost effective.
I don't have the full budget in front of me, but I can tell you that what we pay out is what is showing there. So the $30 per hour is what is paid out. And then, so that's on a subsidized scale, depending on the income of the senior. And so that would be our full cost plus administration. So for example, the subsidy shows if the household income is under $25,000, they receive a $15 subsidy. So that would be paid for by Lac-Saint-Anne County or the other municipality, depending on where the resident lives. And that is FCSS funded.
Dale?
So, Barry, budget-wise then, is it grouped with something else in the budget, or is it a line that we've already saw?
It would be grouped as far as seniors' internal programming.
Barry? No? Okay. Any other questions? Okay, any motion? Ann?
Thank you. Through the chair, just a thought too, because council has directed that we do a full-on service review. So the options that Trista's laid out are good, but we may want to consider that if we're looking at this in 2026, that we hold it and not expand it. But that's just a thought.
Thank you for that. All right,
That's why I was asking the question about the budget.
well, as I understand right now, this part would be in the budget, right?
It is. So
Yeah.
this part is just the municipal partnership, and they are funding us 100% back. So we are 100% covered plus administration fees. I think it's important to note, and I should have probably pulled those numbers, but some of these clients aren't subsidized at all. They're paying full fee. And that's just because they use our service kind of as a vetting system so that they know that there are good people coming into their homes.
Another question. Okay, so some of them are paying full fee. Do we know how many of those 16 are paying full fee?
I don't. I
Roughly.
would suggest 50%.
Okay.
All right. Okay, are we ready for a motion yet? Is anyone prepared to make a motion? Vote, which motion?
Oh, we got a choice here.
Yeah.
I like Ann's suggestion of we carry it over for this year and look at it in the service reviews and make everybody aware that this might be a program that won't be continued if we don't have more input.
So that would be the first option there, is what you're talking, right? Right?
Yeah, I think you're
That
right.
county
Option one.
council and direct administration to continue offering the home support program to all municipalities within Lac-Saint-Anne County through December 31st, 26, consistent with 25.
Okay,
All right?
motion.
All right?
Number 3.
Is that the one you want to move? That first one I read out? Okay. Okay, the third one then, the third option. That county council direct administration to continue providing the home support program to existing clients residing in other municipalities through to December 31st, 26, but discontinue accepting new clients from those municipalities. Okay, so that,
I believe I would stick with motion 1. If the program's a good program, we can get more people on it, and that's the intent of it, I think.
all right, so Bo moves the first one I read, so the option 1. Any discussion on that? Dale?
So, for clarity, that means that we're just going to do this with the 3 partners that we have now? Or we're going to increase?
No, it leaves it wide open to be increased, but I think if we want to stick to the budget and know that we're on track, we should keep the number 3, keep the existing clients, then go through a service delivery and decide if we want to expand on it. That's why I was saying 3 might be a better option.
So we have, we have a motion on the floor.
Okay,
We either vote on it or it's friendly amendment.
If you look at option 2, then that kind of clarifies, it's kind of a combination of 1 and 3, where we don't accept anymore. We just keep the existing communities that were already signed up in 2025.
yeah.
That is correct.
All right, so, well, no, they all have different nuances, the 3 motions for sure. The motion 1 is that it's open up to any municipality that wants to come on board, add. Motion number 2 is that it remains with the 3 that we have partnership with, and no others are eligible this year. And motion 3 accepts, just new clients, and I don't know what 4 says, I haven't read it. Yeah,
But I think with any new applicants we get, it's fully covered, right, from outside. So it's no cost to us or no effect on our budget at the end of the day. So I kind of agree with Bo. Let's carry on with the program. Because there's no cost to us. The only ones would be is if it's our ratepayers, like our residents. Yeah. So option 1's not going to affect our bottom line.
all right. Any further discussion? Okay, the
Read-
question, oh.
Yeah, okay, read the motion back now. Which one?
Okay, the motion is that county council direct administration to continue offering the home support program to all municipalities within Lac-Saint-Anne County borders through December 31st, 2026, consistent with 2025. All right? All those in favor? That's unanimous, carried. Thank you. Yeah,
Thank you. Hopefully these get easier as we go on.
We're not gonna make it easier for you. You know us.
Donna won't be able to go on holidays anymore. 9A2 is Kyle Hoffel's Memorial Slow Pitch Tournament. So just some history. In June of 2024, Kyle Hoffer's organized an adult ball tournament through the On Away Heritage Day celebrations. Unfortunately, at the end of 2024, Mr. Hoffels passed away. His wife continued on in 2025 and revamped the tournament into a memorial slow pitch tournament held on that same weekend. In 2025, previous council did waive the fees for the event. So now the second annual Kyle Hoffels Memorial Slow Pitch Tournament is scheduled for June in 2026. And they have submitted a request to once again reduce or cancel the fees for the use of the diamonds. So in your package, we do have the copy of the actual rental agreement that's required, which outlines the requirement for insurance, liquor license, damage deposit, rental fees, and special permits. So they are asking that that fee be waived for 2026 tournament. The recommendation is to deny the request and continue on with the full rental fees. Now, it is important to note that they do provide some of the dollars that they make through the tournament back into the community, so they do donate some of it back into the community, and that is their request, or the reason for the request to waive the fees. So
Okay,
their actual request is included. It's fairly short.
all right, thank you. Any discussion? Questions? Trista?
Sorry, I should mention that the decision may be precedent setting. There is another request I've received over the weekend that will be coming forth at the next council meeting.
I know I read it, but what is the fee that we'd be waiving? If we do waive it?
It is $50 per, let me find it here. $50 per diamond per day, and a damage deposit of $500. So the recommendation is that even if we do cancel the fee, that we continue with the damage deposit.
Okay, so $50 per, how many diamonds are there?
Three.
3 diamonds? 3
Yeah.
diamonds?
So $150 per day, so $300 is basically what we're talking
2
about.
days, $300. Okay, thank you.
I would make a motion that we defer the fees for this year. Leave the damage deposit as is.
So deferring the fees means
year.
they don't pay the
They
fees?
don't pay. They don't pay this year.
So option 2?
Sure.
Okay, any discussion on that? Bo?
You mentioned there'd be another application coming for subsidy here. What kind of group would it be and what kind of purpose? Any ideas, so we have an idea what's going to come at us?
Absolutely. I don't have the full request in front of me, but it is the Abadassa, so the Alberta Beach and District Adult Slow Pitch Association, Abadassa, and they are requesting the same thing. And again, they take a lot of money that they receive or that they make over the year and donate it back into the community.
So I'll just ask a question. If they don't donate it back anyways, if we charge them the fee, that helps us to maintain the ball diamonds on an ongoing basis. We don't have to pull out taxpayer money to do it. I don't know whether they donate it back for repairs and maintenance, but it means that there's just a little less that they donate back. So in actual fact, it probably doesn't affect their cash flow any. It's just that it goes directly to maintenance of the ball diamonds, if we do charge them that.
That would be correct.
Yeah.
We'd probably get some props. They'd probably say great council for waiving the fees. That's what we get out of it, probably.
Sure, and the taxpayers are happy to pay extra money.
Just like which communities are they donating it to? Is it Onaway or is it Lac-Saint-Anne County? Because again, if we're waiving the fee, where is that money going back to?
It would be both, and it probably differs every year to what organizations request it.
Do you know what the average dollars are that they donate back by chance?
I have no clue.
Well, you wouldn't even know where it goes. you'd have no idea where the money goes to.
Would this be a 3-day rental or a 2-day rental that we're subsidizing, being $50 a day?
You're right, it would be a 3-day because it's a long weekend.
Okay,
So it would be, yeah.
okay.
All right, we have a motion on the books to defer or not charge the fee. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion is defeated. Do we have another motion? Or I guess that's the answer. Yeah. Yeah. Is that a negative motion? Do we need a positive motion? Of what we're actually.
We could, yeah, we could at your direction switch that up. But no, if
Yeah,
it was
we-
option 2, yeah, no, if it was option 2, it was defeated, so that's fine. The motion was actually was positive.
Yeah, so it's.
If you want to make it a positive, non-positive motion, it could simply be amended to read county council, direct administration to maintain the fees.
Actually, I think having the motion the way it is, it's clear that the fund, they will have to pay the fees. I think that's clear, right? Okay, that's the way we'll leave it. They will be paying their fees. Thank you. Okay, moving on to number 3, A3.
So this is Deep Creek Camping and Events, the sewer fees issue. So this stems from concerns raised regarding the sewer fees applied to privately owned campgrounds, specifically the concerns raised by Deep Creek Camping and Events. Deep Creek forwarded correspondence to council around January 18th and attended a council meeting on February 12th to present those concerns. Through the various considerations of the readings of bylaw 05-2026, which was the wastewater utility bylaw, council raised this matter for further discussion. Upon passing of that bylaw on March 26th, council also directed administration to look into options to potentially implement a pilot project that might address the matter. So currently, the sewer fee bylaw, 05-2026, requires $6 per RV stall per month or $30 per stall per year. And our current rates and fees bylaw, 16-2024, provides that Sandy dump fees are charged at $10 per RV for outside users and no charge for registered guests, and that's applicable to all of our campgrounds. So Deep Creek argues that the current structure results in a double payment. Campgrounds pay the monthly sewer utility fee, and their guests must also still pay the $10 Sandy dump fee. So it's important to note the distinction between the two different fees, that being the sewer utility bylaw supports lagoon operations and maintenance, whereas the Sandy dump fee supports campground services and the amenities at the campgrounds. This distinction is important because the two fees essentially fund two different aspects. So with all of that, administration has prepared 8 options, ranging from charging only one of the two fees, reducing one or both of the fees, charging the Sandy dump fee to the operator instead of the patrons, which would allow them to essentially provide it as a free service to their patrons, increasing the sewer utility fee in exchange for eliminating the Sandy dump fee, or fully exempting Deep Creek from both fees but charging a lump sum to offset some of those costs. Each of the options I've presented ends with monitoring the operational and financial impact, so it is a pilot project for 2026 season as the recommendation, and then it will be reported back to council and they can consider altering, implementing, or canceling the pilot project at that time. Administration is recommending option 7, which proposes exempting Deep Creek from both the sewer utility fee and the Sandy dump fee, but charging a lump sum fee of $1,500 for the 2026 camping season. As note, the 2025 Sandy dump fees collected was approximately $14.05. So we had to go back manually through each of the receipts. We don't typically break that out in our deposits, but we did go back through manually and find that number. So that option provides a predictability for the operator. They know exactly what they're paying for the year. It's administratively simple, and it's a clear pilot project for evaluating the impacts. So administration is seeking direction on which pilot project council wishes to pursue. And again, as I indicated, there are 8. But again, if you look in the options up above, if you just go up a little bit, please. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. A little bit more, right there. Those are the options in a simplistic matter.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay. Bo is excusing himself as it's camping grounds. All right, any questions? Ed?
I like your option 7 with just a flat fee. That needs to include their seasonal patrons as well, because they handle their sewage, so they need to be Deep Creek needs to be able to dump there as well, right? As long as it covers that.
That would be the intention. Anybody that is a registered guest at Deep Creek, whether that's seasonal or overnight, would be included in that. So they would just have to, if they're bringing their trailer over themselves, they would have to show a receipt for payment that they stayed there. If it's a seasonal, we would just gather that list. And but I think the seasonals, I think Deep Creek itself pulls the sewer and dumps for them.
But that's what I mean. They have to have included in that they're able to do that, not the guest is going there to do it, right?
Okay, thank you. Dale?
I guess I need a bit of clarification, which maybe Brian can give to me on through the chair, through Ann. If there's sewer tanks for each individual lot, is that how we determine the number? Or is it determined solely by the lot itself?
It's the lot itself. So Deep Creek doesn't have any sewer holding tanks. So that's why they're coming over to the Sangota Riverside.
Thank you.
Okay, further discussion?
Would there be any other campgrounds in the county that would ever try or ever pilot this as well?
There is potential that, it would open up. This one is a little bit unique, just given the proximity of the campground to our campground. I can't think of another one that would be that close to one of our campgrounds at this time. So paddle, I think any of the sites that paddle would primarily be registered patrons. Otherwise, you're driving out of your way to go there. Sangota would have probably some residential trailers come down, not Deep Creek or Sangota
But they
Riverside
will pay
patrons.
though.
They would pay through this program, yeah.
They would still have to pay individually every time they wanted to use it. It's just for the Deep Creek campground.
Okay, Dale?
So there is another campground on the east end of the county. It's called Emery Park, which was faced with a huge bill. And I'm not exactly sure if there's recommendation that they only do Deep Creek, or are we going to look at other campgrounds as Ed has indicated?
Okay, Ann?
Thank you. Through the chair, I think the purpose of this is to do a pilot project at this location, and then looking over through the service delivery review, are we in the business of campgrounds? How much does it cost? And that would be part of that broader review.
Great, thank you. That answers it.
Okay. All right, other discussion? All right, so Ed, did you move option 7? Did
Nope,
I hear
but
that?
I definitely can. Yep.
Is that what you're moving?
Yeah,
I'm
let's do
asking.
that. The county council direct administration to develop a pilot project with Deep Creek camping whereby Deep Creek is exempt from the sewer utility fee as established under bylaw 052026, and whereby Deep Creek patrons are exempt from the sandy dump fees established by the bylaw 162024, and instead Deep Creek will pay a lump sum of $1,500 annually for the duration of this season as a pilot project.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried unanimously. So can we, or should we do that slow pitch one quickly? Are we okay with that? Then we're done that section. I hope you don't mind. Okay, let's go to 10A4 then, Trista.
So 10A4 is the Onaway Adult Slow Pitch 2026 season. So in 2025, a local group initiated the reintroduction of the Adult Slow Pitch program back in Onaway through the Swede Moran Sports Association. They are requesting use of the Onaway Ball Diamonds again this year, assisting with preparing and maintaining the playing field, on-site porta potty, and a 1-year grace period on facility rental fees. So in 2025, a full season did not occur. They were going to try to have a few games here and there, but they didn't get a full season off. This year, they are hoping to get that going. So again, they've reached out with that similar request. They are asking for the fees to be waived for the adult program. The way the fees bylaw reads right now, they would have to pay the $50 per diamond per evening. Important to note that the minor ball program does not have a fee attached to it. It would only be for adult programs the way it reads. Recommendation. Would be that we do charge a fee, not necessarily the $50 per night, which seems a little extreme.
Okay, thank you. Any questions through to Trista? Just it's a total side note, but I play pickleball. We play in the school in Mayerthorpe, and there we pay every night. We pay so much for the gym, and everyone just shares in paying that. So it costs us $5 a night to play when we got 12 people there, and that's what we do there. And I know that's through the school board, but just a bit of a comparative thing of recreation where user pays the amount. And I certainly feel that I should be paying that if I'm playing rather than everybody else. So that's just my opinion on it, and maybe is something that fits to this as well. Any further discussion?
Is that $50 fee for a ball diamond, is that pretty comparative to other ball diamond rental fees, or are we just way out to lunch on it?
Well,
I believe in many municipalities, they don't charge for the actual season, but they do charge for tournament fees.
Ann?
Through the chair to Councillor Dirksen, one of the things that we're undertaking internally administratively is our fees and charges bylaw, which includes all the services that we charge. And we're in the process of doing jurisdictional scan so that when we bring it back to council, we can see how in line we are with comparable municipalities.
Well, on a note there, they want to do like a game a week or something instead of or 2 nights a week. Could we, that gets pretty expensive. You don't want to squash it if somebody can get it up and running. Can we do like a flat fee that would help, pay like whatever, come up with a number that's, fair, but still helps maintain the ball diamonds instead of a fee for every night, like where you rent it for the year for 2 nights a week, it's whatever, $1,500 or whatever the number would be, right?
That would be my recommendation.
Which of the 4 options would be that? Because I don't see that one.
Cause if we overcharge, it's never gonna get off the ground, right? So,
Well, I think you look at it though, what does it cost per person? If you're there for 2 hours a night, and if usually ball, you probably have 18 people, give or take. So if it's $50, that means you pay $3.
yeah, and that's
And
how rec hockey used to be. We
So
paid a fee.
that isn't a whole lot of money.
No.
Like I compare it to the pickleball, we pay $5. Everybody who plays pays $5, and that leaves them enough money over to buy balls and nets, and so that's how that works. And I would see this very comparable if. I mean, people usually go out and buy a coffee and pay more than $5, and to throw $5 in a hat or you know, it's, I don't think it's very onerous. Just my opinion.
I believe it comes back to setting precedents again. I think we should stick to our policies at this point in time, and when we review it, take that all into consideration. You know, it takes a lot of time and administration's effort to bring this forth. It takes our time, and it should be straightforward what we do with these kind of situations.
Okay, thank you. Trista?
Just response to Councillor Voltner, option 1 would provide that. So it is to deny the request, but to implement a seasonal fee.
I'd make motion 1.
I think then you need an amount in that seasonal fee to complete that motion.
I don't think we have enough information to set that fee. That's the problem.
Well, then maybe send a daily fee. A daily fee.
Their season is not set to start until June, end of June, I believe it is. And so we could bring it back to the May 28th with some actual dollar figures if that's the direction.
That would be better. Then we'd have a much better educated decision.
Okay. Yeah. So Barry moves that we ask administration to come back with a yearly fee, a recommended yearly fee for the May 28th meeting. Okay, all those in favor of that motion? That's carried. Thank you. All right. Now I got to put my mic on. Sorry about that. We're moving to 6.1 Economic Development Strategy, V3 Companies of Canada. So if you'd like to come forward to the mic and please state your names. Yeah. Of course you can. Yeah, sit down. You're allowed to sit down. Yeah.
I just wanted to do some preamble before we launch into this. So for the public's information, and council is aware of this as well, council has just initiated their 2026 to 2029 strategic plan, which includes setting an economic development framework. Now, what we're going to hear today is something that predated both this administration and this council. That was a partnership with the town of Onaway, and that's what's being presented today. It was under grant funding, and it started, I think, in 2023 or previous, a little before that. So if anybody in the public is a bit confused, I want to make sure that this will form a component of our economic development strategy moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Okay, the floor is yours. Just make sure you hit that mic, that the red light is on, and that'll put the camera on you and mic on.
good? I think we're good to go. Good morning, Reeve and Council. Thank you for having us today. My name is Elisa Stamaticus, and I am the planning group leader with V3 Companies of Canada and the project manager for this study. I'm joined today by my colleague Binyera Oyinbotar. Nickname is Bino, in case you want to address specific questions to her. And she's a planner and GIS specialist who supported the GIS and technical analysis of this study. Briefly on V3, we work with municipalities across Western Canada on planning, infrastructure, and economic development with a focus on linking long-term planning with practical implementation and investment readiness. That intersection is really where this project sits. Before we get into the study itself, I wanted to briefly explain how this work came about, kind of building on what Anne was just saying. Back in 2023, and I'm not sure if council, how many members of council were on council at that time? Zero. Okay. Very good, very good. Zero. So then you may not know about the Heather Down Road area structure plan that came about back in 2023. We were engaged with the county at that time to undertake an industrial, non-residential area structure plan. We had started initial engagement with the community, kind of bordering Heather Down Road, and there was pushback saying, you know what, we don't actually envision this area becoming a non-residential space. It was heavily agricultural, lots of rooted ties to homesteads and things like that in there. We came to council of the time and recommended to pull the plug on that area structure plan project. We didn't see value in wasting municipal taxpayer dollars forcing upon non-residential area structure plan in a space that the public and the landowners there were saying, heck no, this is never going to happen. So we came to council and made the recommendation to pull the plug. Didn't feel right about spending municipal dollars on something that was that heavily pushed back on. From there, we had made the recommendation to council at the time, as well as to administration of the time, to potentially look bigger scale. What's that 20,000 foot view of your municipality, and look at those non-residential development opportunities. I say non-residential, so that's commercial, industrial, what have you there. With leftover grant money with the town of Onaway, I think that stems back to 2019. Don't quote me on that, but I believe it stems back from 2019. There was leftover dollars and fundings there, and this ended up evolving into a joint study with the town of Onaway to look at what are those non-residential uses, what opportunities exist for the county and the town to diversify the tax base, and what is there, and how can you leverage that from a market study space. So that's kind of what this presentation is about now, is the study that was undertaken and recommendations. Oh, am I too far away from it? I'll lean in a little bit more. I hope those online were able, yeah, the online people.
We struggle with it, so you got to be pretty
You gotta
close
be
to
right
the mic.
here, hey?
Yeah, like
There we
that.
go. I can hear my voice now. So it's really about presenting the findings of that study here today, and hopefully it is something that then you as decision makers, as the elected officials, can use to inform future decisions, as well as administration providing recommendations to you. Next. Oh, so sorry, we're on this one here. So quickly, just the agenda on the screen. We'll walk through the purpose of the study and how the work was approached, which I've already started to do a little bit. My colleague Bino will then explain the multi-criteria decision analysis, which is a very fancy word for the kind of technical analysis that we undertook as part of this study. And then I'll come back to what that means for the county, the so what of the recommendations. So again, at a very high level, this study was about the investment readiness and what opportunities exist within the county today, and looking at ways to potentially leverage that in the future while minimizing the impact on existing residents and other operations within the county. Economic development isn't about just growing the tax base. It is also about supporting local jobs, the long-term municipal sustainability and resiliency, and making thoughtful and informed decisions about where your capital investments go, and how to, support non-residential developments in a mindful and meaningful way. For the county, this directly affects your, kind of your infrastructure planning, your servicing costs, your operating costs, long-term financial balancing, and then again, balancing that against the impacts on your residents. Not every part of the county is equally positioned for non-residential development, and that's what this study looks at. You'll be seeing a series of maps, again, hoping to allow that for you to make informed decisions about investments moving forward. To sum it up, kind of the purpose of the study is to look at where opportunity is the strongest within the county. The project process, we began by grounding work in looking at the existing conditions, reviewing policy, infrastructure, land use, constraints with development, kind of looking at the topography, the environmental considerations, and doing a scan of the regional economic context. From there, we identified priority economic sectors and did a pretty extensive study, doing a kind of a regional scan against the different markets spaces and where there was opportunity for both the county and the town. And then those inputs were carried on into the GIS analysis that we'll get to in a moment here. So the background review and baseline analysis, again, we looked at the policy and document review, we looked at your municipal development plan, existing area structure plans, your land use bylaw, any other kind of regional strategies, your IDP, all those things. We did the baseline mapping and spatial analysis, the initial phases of it, again, mapping the existing conditions. And then, as I mentioned, we did an economic and market study analysis, looking at those industry trends, labor force, business composition. Obviously, there's been a lot of kind of global pressures that have taken shape since the start of this project. We did do a scan last summer against what we had done previously, specifically around tariffs, and we didn't think it actually influenced too much based off of what we were seeing in that initial study. So we have taken some of those pieces into consideration. Next slide, Bino. When we looked at the identification of key sectors, I don't know if this is very surprising for you, but we looked at, we summed it up in the highest level of the NAC kind of categories. If you're familiar with that, agriculture and forestry, oil and gas, and professional and scientific technical services. In the report, and I'm not sure how many of you have been able to deep dive into it, it does get into kind of lower, more specific spaces that the county can leverage into, but it is an extensive study, and I would suggest, if you haven't read it, to do that, and same with administration and whatnot there. How the sectors were identified, it was the review of, again, the local and regional economic data, looking at the market trends and demand, and what, kind of looking at that crystal ball of what's next. Considerations, again, of what you have going on here, and both positive and negative, what are those opportunities and constraints. And then we did do some stakeholder outreach as part of this study as well. Sometimes it's difficult to get a hold of people when they don't have anything to respond to, but we did try our best to reach out to folks in the industry, both operating within the region, and then through our own professional contacts as well, to support this study. Next slide. Bino is now going to walk you through some of the mapping components and the technical analysis that was done as part of this.
Okay, so before we look at the maps, we wanted to just briefly talk about what this MCDA approach is. And economic development decisions depend on many factors like transportation access, servicing, broadband, workforce constraints. And MCDA, or multi-criteria decision analysis, provides a structured way to manage this complexity. It allows to evaluate different criteria and then evaluate opportunities in a consistent and transparent way. In our opinion, MCDA was a good fit for this project because it makes decision-making process clear and easy to explain, and considering all the factors together. A simple way to understand MCDA is through an everyday example, like choosing a banana. You don't base that decision on just one factor. You have to consider like price, quality, size, shelf life, or origin, or some factors, and some factors matter more than the others. MCDA works the same way. Instead of bananas, now we're evaluating land and development opportunities using multiple criteria such as transportation access, servicing, infrastructure, environmental constraints, and market access. Each factor is scored and weighted based on importance and then combined to produce an overall result. And GIS MCDA built on this MCDA approach by bringing location into the analysis. It helps not only to look at which factors matter, but where these factors matter across the county. We layer different types of spatial information and weigh each other based on its importance and sector being analyzed. Those layers are then brought together to create a suitability map or a heat map that shows where these conditions are more favorable for non-residential development. And then I have next few slides that walks through the steps at a high level. Okay. We talked about this already, but first step was to identify which are the main three sectors, and those are agriculture and forestry, oil and gas, and professional scientific technical services. And this keeps the analysis focused on regional strengths and long-term economic goals while showing where development potential is higher or lower across the county. And once the sectors were identified, then the next step was to actually figuring out what drives the suitability. That includes things like transportation access, servicing infrastructure, and how close those areas are to population and services. Different sectors care about these factors in different ways. So some rely on highway access and utilities, while others place more value on workforce, broadband, or proximity to communities. Those considerations are all form the foundation of the GIS MCDA analysis. So once these criteria were in place, the next step was deciding how each factor should matter. Some things influence suitability more than others, so we assigned weights to reflect that. The more important the factor, the more influence it has on the results. We also assign simple suitability scores like high, medium, low to show how supportive conditions are in different locations. So for example, areas closer to transportation corridors tend to score higher, while more remote or constrained areas score lower. At the same time, not all sectors prioritize the same things. For professional, scientific, and technical services, transportation access matters, but proximity to workforce services and broadband plays a bigger role. So the outcome of the GIS MCDA work series of maps that show relative suitability for economic development across the county. These maps reflect how multiple factors come together in different places, with some areas showing a stronger alignment of supportive conditions than others. The maps are not meant to point at the single best site, but rather to support informed discussion about where opportunities may be more realistic and how future planning choices can be guided. Now we can, let's look at the map results of the study. Sorry. Oh, sorry. So for agriculture and forestry, the county shows a broad range of suitability, roughly from 44% of suitability to 98% suitability, with the strongest scores where transportation access and supporting infrastructures align. Within the county, the Highway 43 corridor is a key driver because access to major roads carries significant weight for agriculture and forestry related support activities. Higher suitability areas are concentrated near urban centers and main transportation corridors where access to markets, servicing, and regional connections are strongest. As you move further toward like the parts of the county, other parts of the county, suitability generally declines, particularly where the access to major routes, rail services, centers become more limited. For oil and gas, results range from 35% to about 90% suitability, showing a wider spread between the strongest and weakest areas. Higher potential areas are concentrated along major highways, near service areas, where access and supporting infrastructure are strongest. Medium to high suitability also tracks closely with like existing oil and gas activity in the county, which reinforces the role of established infrastructure and development patterns. Lower suitability is more common along like, the northern and southern edges of the county, where accessibility and supporting infrastructures are limited. Overall, the western portion of the Lexington County stands out most clearly, where major corridors and compatible surrounding land uses support strongest oil and gas potential. Lastly, for professional, scientific, and technical services, county suitability ranges from about like 39% to 96%, with results clustering more tightly around serviced and connected areas. The highest potential areas are concentrated near urban centers and along well-connected corridors, similarly to the other sectors, reflecting the sector's reliance on workforce, access and broadband services, and transportation. The two main county clusters appear at like urban centers on the west side near Mayerthorpe, and another on the east side extending from Glenavis toward Onaway along the Highway 43 corridor. Compared to the other sectors, this one shows larger extent of lower potential areas in the county, especially in the northeast, where services, broadband, and population and transportation access are more limited.
So kind of the so what of this. Part of this study is to identify and look at where those priority areas are. Again, looking at where, as councillors, you can look in the future to invest valuable tax dollars, where you can capitalize on existing assets, and how you might be able to work with the urban municipalities to make this an environment where folks want to locate their businesses. Regionally, when you put your regional hat on, there could be the opportunity for a business to locate in the county, but then they need a place for that workforce to live. So maybe that is around an urban center. It could be in the county lands, but the workforce commuting from the county, if you look regionally that way and think in the regional perspective of economic growth and development. So again, it's a series of maps looking at identifying those priority areas. You can use these results as strategic reference for planning and economic development discussions. So when you go to open up your municipal development plan, maybe this is used as a starting point for looking at where non-residential land, for where those future land use designations are placed. And maybe it could be looking at your land use bylaw and looking at where your zoning aligns with commercial and industrial right now. I know from my work in the private sector side, because we do both, we're public and private, we serve clients in both spaces. You often, if you're putting on your hat as a developer or working for a developer, they'll look under the hood of a municipality before you ever know that they come knocking. They're looking to see, is your municipal development plan and land use bylaw set up? Is it in an environment that they can see themselves thriving in? And as elected officials, you want to balance that with red tape and that kind of red tape that you have in policy and regulatory documents against balancing the desires of the community, the needs of the community, the impacts on the community as well. Another piece of this is aligning future planning and infrastructure studies with the identified priority areas. This is obviously a 30,000-foot view. As I heard a little bit earlier, there are some next step studies that are being undertaken by the county. Again, is this used as a starting point for those future studies? This is like I just said, a 30,000-foot view, you can actually get down to the parcel level and score individual parcels using this data. And that'll be turned over as part of our turnover of all the back-end information for administration to use moving forward. Again, helping them provide recommendations to you as elected officials, and again, informing your decision-making or supporting your decision-making. This can help also guide your investment attraction and marketing efforts. So who are you going to go speak to? You know, there was this study done. Maybe it's the next time you're at a conference, it's like, oh, hey, this came out as being a good space for your business to locate. Let me tell you about the county. Let me tell you about the region. Can you sell yourselves that way? And then this can be treated as a living tool. So we did all this analysis. It is very transparent. If you go into the report, you can see exactly the inputs that were put into it. Maybe market conditions change. Maybe the priorities change. Maybe those weightings that my colleague was talking about changes over time. Well, you can go in and update that. And then it spits out something that's very transparent. You know the exact inputs that go into this. Market trends could change. You could have different priority sectors. The idea is that you can still update this over time and use it as a living tool. When it comes to the recommendations, and again, this is outlined in much more detail in the report, and there's some very specific recommendations made. There were 4 key themes: policy and planning. So again, looking at your intermunicipal development plan, your municipal development plan, potentially area structure plans, those policies that provide an environment that support non-residential development and or provide barriers, and there's some, again, very specific recommendations in there. Governance, so looking at regionally how you could work with maybe the town of Onaway on some initiatives. A 3rd theme was land and infrastructure, so looking at potentially a business area ASP that aligns more closely with where the economic opportunity was, versus kind of what happened with the Heatherdown Road, where there wasn't necessarily as much, at the time, our understanding, there wasn't as much backing to why that was the prime spot for industrial development. And then a 4th theme, economic development, you know, just again, are you setting yourselves up to sell yourselves as a space for attracting a diversified non-residential tax base? Again, in the report, lots of recommendations and very detailed pieces. So kind of in closing, this study does hopefully provide a clear picture of different non-residential opportunities within the county. And hopefully it supports some coordinated decision-making with yourselves, with the town. Administration, again, can use it as supporting some of their recommendations or leaning on future studies. And then as elected officials, just more information as you make decisions moving forward. And with that, happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Barry?
What does a study like this cost us?
I don't know off the top of my head. I could go back and look, or
That would be,
administration might know. Yeah, it's
What?
funded through grant funding.
Yeah, through the chair, it was funded through grant funding, but I don't know the total budget. We'd have to go back and dig a bit.
Okay. Dale?
One quick question I have. I see your map indicates some high potential areas. I make note that there's a couple of industrial subdivisions already within the county. I don't quite see them highlighted.
So through the chair, Councillor, we actually removed the existing industrial areas away from this to look at it at a higher level. The next piece of this and to provide kind of administration that space is, okay, here's our industrial areas now. It actually aligns with what the study said. We didn't want to have that bias show up in this study.
Answers my question. Thank you.
Okay, further questions? So you talked about the full report. I didn't see a link to that. So do you have a written report for that? Oh, it is attached? Oh, I guess I missed that. Maybe I didn't want to read 300 pages.
Thank you. Through the chair, Jürgen, our manager of planning is away, but she's online and would just like to make a few comments.
Oh, thank you, of course. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for the
Trina, are
invitation.
you online there? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you for the invitation to an opportunity to ask some questions. I understand that you had a meeting with the town of Onaway just prior to presentation to our council. Can you provide any kind of feedback as to what their thoughts were on this report? My other question is, are there any additional upcoming costs to us or to be shared with Onaway in the completion of this? Next steps, and then I guess the most important question that I have is this report was based on the current MDP and land use bylaw, knowing that in the very near future we're going to be undertaking a review of both of these documents. Would there be a need for additional study after the new legislation or after the new documents have been implemented? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions through the chair. The first question was about the town of Onaway. So we did want to do these kind of as close together as possible, and so it was luckily lined up yesterday for us to present to the town of Onaway. There were no questions from administration or council. They just thanked us for the study and intend to use it for future planning purposes. And it was the same presentation, just a little bit more Onaway focused versus the county focused. When it comes to kind of next steps or added costs, there's nothing else. This is kind of the closing of this study from our end. And so our next steps would just be turning over all of our back end data, our GIS data, to both municipalities for future use, as well as the putting the bow tie on this project. For your municipal development plan and land use bylaw, the intent would be for this to help inform those projects. I'm not here to say that this is the end-all be-all, but it is another piece of information for administration and council to use as you go into that process. I wouldn't look to recommend or even suggest that these maps form your future land use designation maps as part of that project. But again, to Councillor Johnson's point of there are existing industrial areas within the county, I would say to that, take a look at those spaces and places and see if they are actually taking the uptick in non-residential development. And if they aren't, perhaps you look at this study and say, you know what, this area here, there might be some county-owned lands that are showing up as being a good opportunity for non-residential development. Maybe we should take a closer, harder look through the municipal development plan process and or through our land use bylaw to have the appropriate zoning there for future opportunities. I hope that answers your question. Questions?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Good. Any more questions, Trina?
No, I'm good to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else with further questions? If not, I didn't read the study, so I will be doing that. Do you go into more detail in terms of the types of businesses that may be suitable in this area? And I apologize that I didn't read it, but.
Yes, Mr. Reeve. We do, in our initial kind of background study, look at very specific kind of industries that would kind of be suited for this environment. And that's actually in the supplementary study that used to inform this kind of final piece of the study, which was the mapping exercise.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that means I got some reading to do. Okay. What's that? Yeah, that's okay. I can skim on some areas pretty quick, but yeah, sorry, I just missed that part. I just read your presentation. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much. Maybe we could have a motion to accept the report for information. Moved by Mike to accept the report. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much again for the report. Appreciate it. And it is an important part of information as we move forward. All right, let's move on then. We're running a little bit late for delegations, presentations. Next is MCSnet. Anne, did you want to introduce, or anyone's introducing? No, just for information. Okay, please come forward if you come to the mic and state your name, and we'll go on with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Reeve. My name is Kevin Bernhardt. I'm the Business Development Manager with MCSnet. Before I begin today, may I approach and present my business card to you all? Thank you very much. I have control. I'm here to discuss a fiber project that we have that's about to take place in the county, provide you information. I'm hoping to put you back on time on your schedule. I will present my material to you, take some questions afterwards, but I'm certainly here to respect your time as well. Is it a scroll? It's a scroll. So the first slide here doesn't really present any earth-shaking information. It's more to act as a placeholder while I introduce MCSnet to you. MCSnet is a family-owned internet company based out of St. Paul, Alberta. We are a small company, mid-sized company, I'd say. We have just under 100 employees. But I always like to phrase it that while we are a family-owned company, we're not just two trucks rolling down the road either anymore. We have just under 26,000 subscribers. Our service area extends east to Maidstone, Saskatchewan. We're as far south as Ponoka. We're up in the Lac La Biche area to the north. And then to the west, this is our farthest point, or will be our farthest point. So the project here in Lac St. Anne County does mark an expansion period for us. So it's very exciting. The project that we're undertaking this year is due to grants by the provincial and federal governments. Back in 2024, they opened a lot of areas up for bid that were deemed underserved. MCSnet applied for a bunch of them, and we got 35 communities. So we've been working on this project now for quite a while, but 2026 marks the time when the rubber hits the road, and we're about to send our crews out and start laying fiber. The primary area that will be building fiber is around Lac La Nunn and Nakaman Lake. This here, as you can see, the design has already been completed. We're quite far along in the process now. And this would be the southern port of Lac La Nunn. As you can see, we'll be just doing just a few of the communities in that southern point there. And what this includes is just fiber to every property. I would like to stress that because this is being done through grants, there is no request whatsoever from any landowner or any municipality to put any funds into this project. It is fully funded. And then Nakaman Lake, we'll see most of it. We're coming all around the south side there, including the summer village. This is just a quick slide that highlights our fiber packages. And one thing that I forgot to mention at the beginning, anybody who may be observing this online, please feel free to contact me through MCSnet, readily searchable online. My name is Kevin Bernhardt, and I would be happy to take any of your questions if you have further questions after this. So the pricing of our fiber packages is going to match our wireless packages. Primarily, MCSnet is a wireless internet delivery. We will build our fiber to our towers and use towers to deliver the internet. We find that for rural settings, this is much better suited. But because this is granting, of course, fiber is the gold standard, so we're very happy to build fiber. The pricing has been kept the same. So fiber basic is this $59.95, is the same price as our wireless package. So these will be the packages that we have available to people. What's coming up next and what is actually currently taking place is address data, designing data, and beginning to apply for permits. So as the crew gets closer, we'll be reaching out. Brent Gannon, who works for Choice Solutions, is the gentleman who will be reaching out to the county for any development or right-of-way permits that we require. We'll also be seeking what we call fiber drop forms. I do have a slide a little further along that explains it more. The fiber drop form is what we need to go from a right-of-way onto a private property. So we are currently seeking that right now. We have done mail-outs, and we will have people going door to door trying to contact the residents that are affected by this project to get their permission to come onto the property. There is no sales taking place at this time. This is purely focused on the construction aspect and gaining permission to build onto property. So there's no sales taking place. What we are hoping to do is provide it to every dwelling. Even if they don't want our services, we're trying to encourage them to take it while we're there, because right now it's free. We'll build it onto their property and we'll just leave it there, and it will help with resale. Any property, however, that chooses not to go with fiber on, we will put what we call a little flower pot just on the edge of the property so that the fiber is at least accessible for the next property owner. The unfortunate part is from that flower pot to the home would be at the new homeowner's expense at that time. For resident notification, this is something that will take place in the near future as our crews get closer to respective communities. Myself and our marketing chief will begin reaching out for places to put signs. They look similar to that. We do have a sign, because it's a grant, we do have signage requirements that thank the government for their help in the project. These are signs that are vinyl, they have grommet holes, and where we have been putting them in other communities to date is at the dumpster sites, the garbage collection sites, because they normally have a chain link fence. So we just zip tie them to the fence. Any spot will do. We do like using municipal lands if possible, and something where the public goes. So we find that those collection sites are quite valuable, actually. I would be open to returning with a small delegation of people should any community wish to have a public hearing. So if they would like more information, if we want to do a open house somewhere, I'd be very happy to come back and address the community directly in that respect as well. Simply reach out and we can arrange that. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we will be reaching out and beginning to do all the permitting as the designs get completed and passed around and approved. Then we start doing all the permitting. This kind of highlights what the fiber drop form looks like. Everyone will be receiving a copy of this in the mail, or at least a letter with a QR code that takes them to an online version of this. So they can submit this by paper or online. What this simply does, it gives the information, address information, contact information, and then there's a small place available on the form where they can actually draw a little map if they'd like. If they know where their services are, we will be locating on every property, but if they happen to know, hey, my septic is on the west side of my property, they can kind of guide us in on how they'd like us to approach their dwelling and where they would like the fiber to come in. This form is required for us to enter any property. The construction phase actually is rolling out in some of our other communities to the east of here, but it involves both trenching and direction drilling based on whichever is most appropriate. Where possible, we'll trench as much as we can, and that's how we normally approach the right-of-ways. And then as we get to more built-up areas, and from right-of-ways onto property, most of that will be directionally drilled. the project is to, we have to have this project completed by May of '27. That doesn't necessarily mean that fiber will be lit up and ready to go by that time, but the construction phase has to be completed. The splicing takes place as soon as we have that done, and that can take a few months later, so we're anticipating by this time next year, fiber will be lit up and ready for people to begin taking our services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Pretty exciting project. And,
Thank you. We're very excited as well,
yeah.
Reeve.
So just a question, are you servicing only the more populated areas around there, or does this include, say, farms that are a little further apart? Does it include a bigger area that the rural residents can actually
Unfortunately, no.
access it as well?
It doesn't include all the farms along the route. We have
It
to.
does or doesn't?
It does not.
Oh, even if it goes right by
If it
their
goes right
place?
by, unfortunately, this project does involve some transport fiber to get to the communities involved. It's entirely dependent on the grants and what the government deemed. However, I know that we are always willing to work with the county. If there's an area that you deem underserved or you would like to see more services, we can have further discussions about potentially getting a tower along our fiber line and serving those customers wirelessly with a fiber-based tower, which would provide a high-speed service as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Dale?
So you led into my question. We actually currently have towers in certain areas, and I believe through the administration can update us. We also probably have space available for rent. So if you're looking at partnering, maybe there's a possibility that our towers might be advantageous to you. And I think that would be a comment that you'd have to go through and would get you to the right department to talk about that if you want to talk further on that.
Councillor Johnson, thank you very much. And MCSNS does co-locate in other locations, and it's something that we're definitely willing to look at case-by-case scenario. And I would be very willing to look at it further if administration would like to reach out. And if there's some specific spots that you think you'd like to see us serve a little bit better, we're more than happy to work with the county.
So through the chair, we currently have 8 towers in Lac-Saint-Anne County, and I'll grab his business card and we'll work towards some co-location opportunities.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of underserved areas in our county, and I happen to be from the west end, and Mayerthorpe has some real issues with the town as well as the region around, and we own a tower right there. So I don't know if your service could be better than that one, but it's something, and I'm sure that's true in just about every area in this county. And especially the northern part has real problems as well.
Yes, sir. Yeah. If Mr. Hartman would like to just include that in the email that we communicate back and forth about Thorhild, or sorry, yeah, Mayerthorpe, I would love to look into that further.
I was just using Mayerthorpe as an example. I think the same problem goes for many parts in our county, because we have a lot of issues with proper cell service, and I know this doesn't affect the self-service, but also internet service in some of the rural areas is not covered very well at all. And some of the, like Mayerthorpe specifically, their internet as well as cell service, but the northern part of our county between Mayerthorpe and Barrhead is terrible, and I don't even know how the eastern part is, I think, a little better, but I don't think it's perfect either.
I'd be very happy to look into that, Reeve, as well. I'll just make another note that MCSNet, our business model is serving rural communities. We started in St. Paul, and we understand the struggles intimately. We live there as well, so I would be very happy to look into that.
So all I'm saying is that really excited about that. I'm also excited that it's a local company. I think that's always something that's healthy and good because you understand our problems. So to have communications open and discuss that just absolutely makes sense to me.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Well, thank you very much. I really do appreciate your presentation and look forward to working through administration and maybe we can do some more business together. So thank you very much. If we could have a motion to accept the report for information. Barry, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, Kevin. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Look at that. He's true to his word. We're 5 minutes ahead of schedule now.
Through the chair, if we could skip B and go right to C, if that was okay with everybody. B is just a letter of support and we can,
Rural municipal, oh yeah, that's at
they're
11:30.
11:30.
I've been asked to have a quick bio break.
Okay.
Okay, so just a short adjournment for bio break, 5 minutes. And I'm going to hold you to it this time. Ready at the back? Okay, welcome back, everyone. Let's start. We're going to move to item C1, Farm Credit Canada Ag Spirit Grant. Trista.
Thank you. Let me take my old lady glasses off. So the Sangodo Community Hall Society has approached the county. They're looking to submit a grant application to the Farm Credit Canada Agri-Spirit Fund to rebuild the front deck of the community hall here in Sangodo as it's collapsing in their terms. So the process with this grant is that although nonprofit societies can apply, they are required to have a municipal partner. And that's because they don't qualify through the as a registered charity. We have done this in the past several times. There is no financial impact to the county to do this. However, we are financially responsible to ensure that they do spend the dollars the way they say they're going to spend them and they submit their final accounting. But again, there's no administration or implication to support this request. Simply, we would act as their banker, we would receive the funds, and it would be issued back out to the group. So the recommendation is that we do support them in becoming a municipal partner for the Agri-Spirit application.
Okay, thank you very much, Trista. I think, yeah, it seemed like a great program. I know it was sent to me and I passed it on to all the councillors to bring to their areas. They know their area best. And I know Jill brought that forth to the Sangodo community as they're having issues with the arena there. So any other comments on that? Dale?
Yeah, I just want to know, you mentioned that there is nothing for us financially, but we're responsible to make sure the money is spent. And if the money isn't spent correctly, are we then responsible?
We may be tagged in to ensure that that accountability is there. However, we're not financially responsible.
So then my other question was, what was the total amount? I didn't see an amount in my information.
At the time I prepared the agenda item, they were still in the process of collecting quotes and getting their information together. The deadline for the application is tomorrow. I'm not sure if Councillor Stoney has an answer, but I do not.
No, I haven't heard anything from the organization on if they got their quotes in or not.
I do believe there's a maximum on that grant. It's 20,000, isn't it?
20 or 25?
Or 25, okay. My memory wasn't perfect. Yeah, so anyways, there is a maximum and it just, yeah. Go ahead, Ann.
Thank you. Through the chair, we're trying to make sure that the groups that ask these letters of support give us a bit more time because, and put more thought into that, because it's really hard for us as administration to present something on behalf if we don't have all the information. Often what happens is these groups are run by volunteers and they're short-staffed, but we would ask that they be mindful of our time and need to prepare too for council, because we find sometimes we're coming forward to you with less information that you need to make a decision.
Well, in all fairness, though, we didn't get the notification of this till about a month ago, so it's, wasn't it about a month ago, I think I got that and forwarded it? It isn't much more. Yeah, so, you know, it's, I don't know why we didn't know about it before, but when I received that, I immediately forwarded it to try to get it done, so.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, just if possible, if there's no more time for us, that's helpful.
Of course, yeah. Trista?
And I think too, to that point, when we bring forward the grants, donations, and sponsorship policies and allocations and that kind of thing, we'll look to bring forward also maybe an application form, but definitely a checklist so that when we get these from the community groups, they know what we're expecting from them as well.
Yeah, that's excellent. Our person that we have that looks at grants and stuff, are these the type of grants that we look at as well to help our community groups, or do we only look at stuff that comes to the county?
It's a little bit of both. This grant specifically can be applied for by the municipality or a community organization, and so it would be a twofold. Typically, when Shiloh does receive the information, she'll share it out specifically to community services, and we try to send that out to the applicable groups that they may be interested in. The same thing goes, though. I know we got a notice today for a grant deadline of May 16th, right? The timelines are so short, it just puts a big burden, especially on the community volunteers.
Okay, thank you. So if there's no more questions, I'd ask for a motion. Jill?
I do option 1, that the county approves the county service and municipal partner of the Sangudo Hall, applicable for the Farm Credit Canadian Acre Spirit Program, supporting the request for repair their funds once they get their stuff organized.
Okay, thank you. So is this the community hall, not the arena? Correct. Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
The arena wouldn't have enough time because they don't have their plan.
Just a
Good,
quick,
thank
do
you.
these guys need to know a price on what it's gonna cost to replace the deck, or are they just gonna wing it and try to get the most money they can?
Yeah. Yeah, so they were supposed to be getting quotes to get that all lined up. Again, I don't know if they did or not. Their hope will be to have it as fully grant funded, whether it's through this or stacking with another grant program or whatever, but my understanding would be they'll look for the funds.
Okay, thank you. So motion has been made. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next,
Can I make
Yeah, you
sorry,
sure can.
through the chair, I just make a suggestion that we skip over C2, the committee review. It's going to take a considerable amount of time and discussion.
Yeah.
And while we still have Trista here, I thought we should do the Speedway before the RMA comes at 11:30.
okay, thank you. We can do that. So let's move to C3, redevelopment of Sangudo Speedway facility.
Thank you. And through the chair, I do appreciate rushing me through this morning to get me out of here to my kiddos' celebration. So this item is the redevelopment of the Sangudo Speedway. So for this item, administration is looking to confirm council's direction related to the development within the Sangudo Riverside Campground, which is here in Sangudo. Be that the expansion and enhancement of the campground, redevelopment of a speedway, new development idea, or where we're kind of headed down that road. Administration's recommendation at the end here will be to defer the consideration, specifically to respond to the speedway development, until council is able to complete the planned service review of the campgrounds. So with that, on March 26th, Mandy Reed and Chris Donaldson presented a proposal to reopen the Sangodo Speedway under a newly formed Sangodo Speedway Society. The delegation was accepted for information, but there was also interest in exploring the idea of the redevelopment. So for history, the Sangodo Speedway is an oval dirt, or was an oval dirt auto racing track here in Sangodo at the campground. The campground lands with amenities was owned by the village of Sangodo, but when they dissolved in 2007, it automatically transferred over to ownership of the county. So Google tells me, and the folks in the back may be able to confirm this, Google tells me it was actually developed in the early 90s. I don't have a lot of history other than I hung out there a little bit when I was a Sangodoite prior to the county taking over. So the county has never operated the track directly. We had leased external organizations into the management and operations of the actual facility. We did manage the campground side of it. So operations were leased to external organizations in 2008 to 2014. It was the Sangodo Speedway Society 2008, which was a registered society. 2014 to 2018, it was the same society, just a new agreement, kind of cleaned it up and focused on some of the liability pieces to make sure they were all intact. But in 2017, that society proposed dissolving and forming a for-profit entity. Because it was a for-profit and the intent was to lease at a below market value, it did have to go out to the public for comment, and we did receive a handful of comments back on that. But in the end, it was eventually approved. So from 2018 to 2023, there was an agreement with Doing It Right Track Promotions, which was the for-profit company. The agreement terminated in 2021, however, and then there's been no operations that have occurred after that termination date. So in October of 2023, the previous council passed Resolution 422-2023, which directed administration to immediately commence demolition of the speedway track and removal of all chattels. At the same time, administration began exploring the expansion and enhancement of the Sangodo Riverside Campground. So over the years, various individuals and groups have expressed interest in reopening the speedway, but that was the direction in 2023. As for current status, the speedway facilities have been fully decommissioned and all chattels removed. A high-level conceptual designs have been prepared for potential expansion and enhancement of the Sangodo Riverside Campground in that area. The campground development project is currently on hold, pending further discussion with council regarding service delivery and strategic alignment. A comprehensive service review of all county campgrounds is planned, including the Sangodo Riverside Campground and its proposed development. So the recommended next steps, option 1, as indicated, administration is recommending, which is to defer a decision at this time. Administration recommends deferring any decision on redevelopment or reopening of the speedway until that broader campground service review can be completed. This ensures that all related matters, campground operations, development plans, potential speedway use, are considered together with the aligned council strategic plan. Further options do include to proceed and explore reopening the Sangodo Speedway. If council wishes to move forward now with a potential development, we do recommend that that an RFP, a request for proposal, is issued. This ensures transparency, fairness, and equal opportunity for all interested parties. Specific RFP requirements can be developed based on council's direction. An open-ended kind of RFP is recommended. So the options are to be specific to a Sangodo Speedway development or to open it up for other types of development. So we have had inquiries about things like spray parks in that area, so that could be an option. And then option 3 is to enter into direct negotiations with the Sangodo Speedway via Ms. Reed and Mr. Donaldson.
Okay, thank you very much. Open for questions. Dale?
So, seeing that we had previous discussions on campgrounds and previous discussion on this particular facility, I'm tending to lean towards the fact that option 2, that the county council direct administration to issue a request for proposal inviting interested parties to submit proposals for the development of the Sangodo Riverside Campground lands, including but not limited to basically anything. I think we should relook at that. If we're gonna open it back up, well, that'd be my motion.
Okay, there's a motion, comments or discussion? Roll.
Just curious, do we have anything on the agenda, like a date when we're going to be doing the campground reviews?
I'll defer that over
Ann?
to CO Mitchell.
Thank you. Through the chair, in June, I'll be bringing the overarching review of the service delivery, and then we'll determine which ones council want to address first. My understanding, just from anecdotally and conversations with council, is that campgrounds will be one of the earlier ones. So I'm suspecting summer or early fall.
Thank you. Other questions? Jill?
I just have a question about the proposals. If you're gonna put a proposal out to the public, how long is the deadline? Like, we have a proposal in, and if they can get approved, they can possibly have 2 races already this summer. So if we're gonna open it to the public, like, can we put a deadline on how long this public proposal thing can be?
Typically, we would give a minimum of 2 weeks, so that would be my recommendation. My understanding is the requirement for the RFP previously was because it was for that less than market value to a for-profit organization. Council has the privy to kind of massage those timelines if it's for a nonprofit.
No, I agree with Joe, because they proposed this project already, we should move quickly on it. We have an opportunity here, so would they have an opportunity to do something with it, rather than laying stagnant?
Having said that, if we're asking for RFPs, talk about not giving anyone any time. 2 weeks to present an RFP, to look at it when it comes, as a bit of a surprise. I don't know how anyone can put an RFP together unless they're already planning it before. So if we want a real open RFP, it has to be longer than 2 weeks, from my opinion.
Well, you can also look at it if you have bird in the hand right now. We have somebody that's interested, ready to go, has a plan. And they approached us with I think, a good plan. Do we stall them out so they walk away, or do we try to move something forward?
All good comments. Ann?
Through the chair, one of the options too is to look at an RFP for, once we decide service delivery level for the campgrounds. I do agree, though, that if we're opening it up to what different types of service, and I've seen that done before, and you get some really interesting options of use of that area. But I do agree with the Reeve that there just isn't enough time in 2 weeks if somebody's got a conceptual idea. So I think council should decide, what do we do right now, and then what do we do future, to give people enough time.
Thank you. Further discussion? Oh,
You had mentioned that this is a for-profit organization and it's a below market value. How does market value fit into this? Did we confirm to a price for a lease already?
We have not. So the for-profit below market value is a conversation around the previous, the last leaseholder. The group that is proposing today is a nonprofit organization.
Just to confirm it's a nonprofit.
okay, any further discussion?
What's left of the racetrack? Is it just like
Nothing.
level dirt? They took it all out? And this is where they were gonna build that campground for like an incredible amount of money for 11 stalls? Is this not the one?
Yeah.
That is the same location, yes. And yes, there is nothing. It's
I
flat
feel
land.
like that campground is never gonna be profitable, so it's,
Go ahead, Jill.
The track design is still there. Like, the track itself, the bowl is still there. It's just the bleachers and the announcer stand that is gone. So this new group, they have everything sponsored and funded, and they can just purchase their own bleachers and stuff to replace that.
Okay, thank you. Bo, did you have, or Trista?
The one other thing that they will require, I don't know how to describe it, but is the actual containment area within the track, so that people in the new bleachers aren't getting
The guardrail,
bombarded
the
by
safety
cars.
rail.
That's
So
right.
cars don't go flying into the crowd. Got it.
Okay,
I'll
Dale?
remove my motion from the floor.
You'll withdraw?
I'm withdrawing my motion.
Okay, the motion's withdrawn.
I'd
Barry?
make a new motion.
Okay, new motion.
I don't know what number it is. Second from the bottom. County directed initiative. Negotiate the terms of the lease agreement with Mandy Reed and Chris Donaldson under the Sangudo Speedway Society for the redevelopment of the Speedway facility at Sangudo Riverside Campground, and that the proposed agreement be returned to council for approval.
All right, you've heard the motion. I'll open it for discussion. Ann?
Can I just make a little tweak on that or a suggestion? I think that we know what council's direction is. I don't think we have to bring the agreement back. I think administration can deal with that.
Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with it. I don't know how the rest of you feel.
Yeah. Okay. Any discussion on that? So I'm just gonna ask the question again, and I totally understand, to move ahead with that, that's what it'll become, and we're not going to take a look at maybe there's other options that may be better. Just a question, I'm not speaking for or against, I just want everyone to be aware that this locks it in then to that one use, that we're not listening to anything else.
Has anybody ever shown interest in this, other than the county trying to build that fancy campground?
Yeah, I would say we probably have had 3 or 4 other inquiries from other groups over the years to operate a speedway specifically, as well as a local proposal to develop the spray park. But the spray park wasn't specific to that location, it was just down in the campground somewhere.
But a spray park's only, 40 feet by 40 feet at best, the ones I've hooked up, so.
Well, the good news is when you have a racetrack, there's kids and they can still build the spray park.
No, fine. Dale?
My question would be around the fact of when this is up and running. Previously, was there comments from the local residents about problems?
There always is a few people with the not in my backyard mentality, for sure. You can work into the agreement, hours of operation, those kinds of things to kind of mediate some of that stuff.
Yeah, I think that's what administration can handle.
Okay, any further discussion? If not, let's vote on the motion. So you heard the motion, the county council direct administration to initiate the negotiation of the terms of the lease agreement with Mandy Reed and Chris Donaldson under the Sangudo Speedway Society for the redevelopment of a speedway facility at the Sangudo Riverside Campground, and that the proposed period, actually. All right. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried unanimously. All right. How are we at? Just about 11:30?
Can we
shall
have Trista do the 2 ag ones too? Krista, you going to keep
All right.
rolling there?
Boy, Trista, you're busy today. And where are you going? What are you celebrating afterwards?
My daughter's honoring ceremony, so the Indigenous graduation ceremony.
Wonderful. You can't miss that. So we'll make sure we let you away in time. Thanks. Go ahead, Trista. So that's, we're going into item 7A1.
So with a change in seasonal staffing already, we need to address some of the appointments that we previously made. So the recommendation is to rescind the appointments of Jolene Vandelite, Hunter Hansen, and Jasmine Wegowitz as weed inspectors, as they're no longer working for the county. They've gone other direction. And then further that we appoint Courtney, Didio, Ava Cowan, and Shakina Rose White as weed inspectors.
Right, thank you. You're all aware, we just did that last meeting, so I would entertain a motion. Dale, So that's option to do that. I guess that's the only
Only
option.
one there.
Yeah. All right.
Pick
Any
the easy one.
discussion? All those in favor? That's carried. Okay. And the same thing for pest, I'm guessing.
Correct. So similarly, the appointment changes are forcing the requirement to rescind the appointments of Jolene Vandelite, Hunter Hansen, and Jasmine Wegowitz as pest inspectors, and further appoint Courtney Didio, Ava Cowan, and Shakina Rose White as pest inspectors for the 2026 season.
Okay, thank you. Mike moves that we accept that and do that. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Is that your last one, or do you have any more?
I can do the letter of support for Mass.
Which item is that?
9B1. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, maybe let's do that one then. Okay. So we're on agenda item 10B1, Fire Services, letter of support.
Sorry. Pembina Community Investment Program is designed to support local organizations to enhance community well-being by funding projects that have a strong focus on basically any kind of community need. The Mayerthorpe Emergency Services Society, or MES, is making application to purchase 20 Alberta First Responder Communication System radios, AFRAX radios, with an ask of $60,000, the full request 100%. So there is no financial risk to the county, and a copy of the proposed letter is attached for consideration. And so those radios would be enrolled into the county and town fire services.
All right, thank you. Questions? Motion? Okay, Jill?
I motion for option 1 to approve the attached support letter.
All right, any discussion on that motion? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Just ask a question here publicly. In terms of emergency services, we were discussing to have our process with emergencies that we haven't done yet with council. Do we have a date set for that now, just so that?
May
we-
21st, next
Okay.
week.
Next week, May 21st. All right, thank you. So everyone, keep that in mind, because we're in the fire season, and I'm praying every day that we don't have an emergency in our county before we know what we're doing. I think fire services know what we're doing, but our involvement has not been cleared, so hopefully we'll clarify that next event.
Through the chair too, we had a few challenges with the training, and in my opinion, it's much better training in person, so I'm looking forward to that next.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I'll get started. Okay, so next then is going to be our presentation from the RMA. So if you would like to move to the big table up front. Anne, did you want to do an introduction here?
Thank you. Through the chair, at a recent meeting, council and was discussing Bill 28, the omnibus bill that the province of Alberta is looking to input. There was a request from Deputy Reeve Johnson that we get more information, and so the representatives from rural municipalities of Alberta are here today to help us walk through this, because it is quite an extensive piece of legislation.
So I just ask you to introduce yourselves, and yeah, we're looking forward to your presentation. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, sounds good. And thanks so much for the invite, and thanks, Anne. Hear me okay? Oh. How's that? Okay, perfect. Okay, sorry about that. Thanks so much for the invite, particularly Ann and Cindy, and just for organizing this with us. So my name's Wyatt Skovrin. I'm the General Manager of Policy and Advocacy with RMA. Behind me is, I think, yep, is Tasha Blumenthal, so our Chief Relations Officer. And then I'll turn it to Lindsay here to introduce herself as well.
Hi there, I'm Lindsay Norrie. I'm the Member Engagement and Outreach Manager with RMA.
So I think the brief introduction there kind of summed it up well. Bill 28, extensive, complex, and piece of legislation with plenty of unanswered questions, plenty of unknowns. To some extent, it's probably fair to say by design, which I'll kind of get into a little bit. And you can, thanks. So in kind of chatting with Ann beforehand, she'd flagged 3 kind of specific issues that sounds like they were maybe a bit of a focus of discussion at the council table initially. So that's looking at changes to assessment, and specifically on the regulated assessment model, the police cost transparency piece, and then the aggregate approval process. So given that we're a little bit stretched for time, I'll touch on those in a little bit more detail. And obviously that's kind of the tip of the iceberg. So if there's any other changes that you want to discuss or have questions on, please do send those our way here when I'm finished the presentation. So before getting into some of those details though, it is important to set a little bit of context around Bill 28. So I guess the first piece is emphasizing that number one, the bill itself is expansive, and it is an omnibus bill in the sense that it amends, number one, the MGA, which I don't have to tell anyone at the council table is already a complex and massive piece of legislation. It amends it in a wide variety of ways. So it's not kind of a bill that's focused on solving one specific issue. It's let's look at municipal governance, municipal operations, municipal decision-making, taxation, assessment, et cetera, and kind of tweak across the board there. Beyond that, also makes tweaks to the Libraries Act as well as the Housing Act, pretty specifically in relation to how municipalities interact with those 2 services. But again, this is, speaks to the broadness of the bill itself. I guess the other piece to consider, as it mentions on the slide there, is you can kind of look at Bill 28 as a standalone document, but it becomes more impactful or maybe reflective of broader trends in how the provincial government views municipalities right now. If you kind of read it in the context of Bill 20, which was introduced in 2024, and Bill 50 from 2025. So those were both also omnibus bills focused on the MGA primarily, that again made some pretty substantial changes to municipal autonomy, kind of flexibility, and at least gave the province some power to centralize decision-making in certain areas that have historically been municipal responsibilities. The other thing to consider is that the bill itself is very strongly linked to the minister's mandate letter from fall 2025, and that mandate letter is subsequently quite strongly linked to a lot of industry lobbying positions. Where it kind of comes through most clearly in the bill is in relation to the development and sort of the land use planning changes. And having participated in some engagements over the last year or so focused on those topics with the residential development industry, a lot of the changes in Bill 28 are essentially almost word for word some of the asks of that sector. You also see it with the aggregate piece, which doesn't necessarily come through the Minister of Municipal Affairs mandate letter, but it does come through in other government processes that I'll speak to a little bit later. I guess a couple more quickly that I think are relevant is this idea of a lot of the ideas and a lot of the changes originate from outside the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, and they're more from the senior levels of government, the Premier's office, et cetera. That's not necessarily a bad thing. The challenge here and the challenge with bills 20 and 50 is because there's a bit of an outcome that seems to be desired from that more senior level of government. The decisions are being made without implementation considerations being, or questions, I guess you could say, being answered. So we're running into some situations where we're going to municipal affairs staff and saying, you know, hey, like, there's some risks here. There's some real complexity here in how some of these changes would actually play out. Like, has this been dealt with or addressed? And their answer more often than not has been no, because we weren't part of kind of moving this change forward. It was sort of put in the legislation, and now it's sort of left to us to piece together how to do it, which is, you know, I think from our perspective, a bit of a backwards way of developing policy. You want to have those conversations about, okay, what's the end goal? What's implementation look like? What are unintended consequences for different stakeholders? You know, once you're comfortable there, you move ahead, right? But this is a little bit of an opposite approach, which is challenging from an advocacy perspective, and it also puts some real risks onto municipalities in terms of how some of this stuff might play out. The impacts will vary by municipality and by geography. So there's a lot in Bill 28 that I would argue is targeting larger urban municipalities. You know, in some cases because of valid challenges happening with how those municipalities are operating. The issue is it's going to impact every municipality in the province and in different ways. So that kind of goes back to the idea of there's some unintended impacts. There's also some changes that are probably minor or completely irrelevant to rural municipalities, but would have very significant impacts on urban and vice versa. So it's a lot to unpack. Last thing I'd say on context is there's a real message around efficiency and red tape reduction at all costs. And I mean that we've seen that in the language around Bill 28, but we see it more broadly with government over the last couple of years. And I think our response to that has been, you know, we're not opposed to red tape reduction. There's a lot of opportunities for that, both at the provincial, the municipal, and the industry and kind of development level. The challenge with the approach to Bill 28 is, you know, it's going to reduce red tape for industry in some ways. It, in theory, is supposed to standardize certain ways that municipalities operate, potentially simplify that. But what are the unintended consequences there? So if municipalities have to incur costs to potentially simplify things for industry or take on more risk because certain regulatory requirements are potentially rolled back, who's taking the cost that kind of comes with the benefit to some stakeholders through those changes? So that's kind of the high level, I don't know, lens takeaways that we've applied to the bill more broadly that I think is just important to share before we get into the specifics there. So one more kind of high level overview here. We've broken the bill into 7 themes. Not going to speak to all 7 today, but it just gives a sense of the breadth. So the first 5 there: growth and housing, assessment and property tax, governance and accountability, transparency and public institutions. Those are kind of broader themes where there's multiple sort of loosely related changes that we've grouped into those themes. The last 2 around seniors lodges and aggregate pits, much more specific, but it speaks to the more, I guess, detailed kind of issue specific changes that have been made to those areas. So I would encourage anyone that hasn't had a look to read or scan our written Bill 50 analysis doc. So it's on our website, gets into each of the changes broken into those themes. Okay, so I'll start with the regulated assessment changes. So the first one, and it's kind of ironic because I appreciate I just gave a pretty critical overall analysis of Bill 28, but this first change is actually something that we'd consider quite a positive change, and a bit of a victory in what is a very contentious assessment model review process. So not sure how familiar everyone on the council is with the assessment model review, but it's basically a multi-stakeholder process, multi-year process to review and update the methodology for assessment of regulated properties. And we're right in the middle of it right now. So this change basically clarifies how equity between regulated properties is measured. And without going into a ton of detail, this has been a really contentious topic at the AMR table. The position of industry in general is that equity between two properties should be based on the assessed value of that property. So if you have a property that is similar, however you want to define that, the assessed value of those properties should be similar, and that's equity. Our position and sort of the municipal position in general is that the regulated model exists because the properties that are subject to that model have unique attributes where the market value is not relevant, or it's driven by factors that are too unstable, too disassociated from the actual property value itself. And that's why you have a regulated model, because it's prescribed by the minister. It's using a specific methodology to basically allow for a predictable, consistent assessment of those properties. So our position is, which is reflected in the change there, is basically that if the assessor applies the process properly, whatever that process is as prescribed by the minister, that's equitable treatment of regulated properties. So it gets away from some of this conversation around, well, you know, our commodity prices are low, our production is down, we're not making as much money off of this property. That should be reflected in the assessment. There's tax policy tools to solve that if the government or municipalities want to do that. When you start pulling it into the assessment model itself, it becomes very complex, very open to subjectivity and manipulation. So this is good news. Next slide, please. And just kind of a super quick a quote from our 2025 submission we made within the assessment model review, which kind of foreshadows the change I just spoke to. And that's almost exactly what we've requested in writing, is that it's this idea of equity and process. So it's really positive that they've kind of enshrined this in legislation moving forward. Couple other changes on the assessment side. So one is this idea of, I guess, formalizing the ability of the minister to develop property categories for regulated assessment. So this already exists. There's already different categories with different assessment methodologies. What this is doing is basically, I guess, putting an existing practice into the legislation to kind of formalize what we mean by categories, what power the minister has to do that, and through what means. So this, you kind of read it two ways. Again, it's kind of something that already happens. So in some ways, it's not a big deal. The challenge or the potential risk here is there's a real focus from the minister and from industry on increasing the use of standardized rates in the regulated model. Standardized rates are already a big part of the model today, but there's real risks to expanding them unless you have, I guess, enough of a given property type and the characteristics of that property type are similar enough to justify a standardized rate. If you don't, there's risks. If properties that are not terribly similar are being grouped into a single standardized rate, there's a very high risk that the unique attributes of these different properties are not going to be reflected for the purpose of determining their assessed value. And, you know, to speak frankly, that's kind of an advocacy position of industry, that there's more standardized rates, partially because it's more efficient, but, you know, it's likely going to lead to lower assessed values for more property types. So the fact that this is sort of allowing more categorization, to me, suggests that the minister may be preparing to develop a lot more categories, some that might be a bit contentious, to allow for that standardized rate development. And having this in legislation will, I guess, give him clearer authority to do so. So that's a little bit of a speculative piece on our part, but reading between the lines, this one's a little bit concerning. Next slide, please. And then just super quick, the last one on assessment is, again, a positive in general. Introduction of some compliance and reporting requirements. So there's a big issue with industry, some sectors not providing assessors with the data that they require to essentially do the assessment properly. They're supposed to, but there's not really a penalty provision if they don't. This change introduces a financial penalty, and it also doesn't allow the property owner to appeal the assessment if they haven't provided the information required. So again, that's a good thing. The critique here, I guess you could say, is that the fine amount's quite modest, $10,000, given that this could apply to kind of mega projects, cost reported properties, oil sands facilities, that kind of thing. And it also limits that power to the provincial assessor. So municipal assessors assessing regulated property, for whatever reason, don't have that same tool. That's the way they developed the legislation. Recognizing I'm already over time, I'll try to go super fast through the last couple here. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. Tell me if I need to wrap it up. Well, I'm going to speed it up more than 3, but no, I appreciate that. So the next section that I was asked to touch on in a bit more detail is the policing cost transparency piece, and I guess that's basically the ability of a municipality to put on a tax notice what that property owner is contributing to the police funding model, and we do have a resolution guiding this. So I would argue that at a high level, this change and the introduction of this ability for municipalities is, big picture wise, a step in the right direction, a good thing, and something that we asked for. So basically, Section 334 amended to clarify that the hypothetical portion of a particular property owner's tax bill that goes towards police funding model costs can be included on that, on the tax notice. The reason I say hypothetical is that it's not quite what RMA asked for. It's not quite what our resolution asked for, which was that PFM costs be included as a requisition. So essentially broken out on the tax notice with a standalone tax rate applied to that cost. What this is doing is it's basically allowing the municipality to kind of do the math and say, okay, here's what we owe on the PFM. Here's our overall tax base that we have to kind of pull the money from. Here's what this particular property owner owes tax-wise. So here's the percent or the dollar figure that of this property owner's tax bill that goes to the police funding model. Sure.
Just a question, maybe that's through to Anne. Our tax form does show RCMP, so is this separate from the RCMP? Because we add that on, that's not part of our mill rate. We add it on, it's in our tax requisition right now, so we do that anyways.
So, and you could probably speak better than I could to this, but I think my understanding is that there's a fair number of municipalities that were already doing it, and it wasn't necessarily, it's maybe debatable. Certainly it hadn't been enforced to my knowledge, but and this is sort of saying yes, you can, basically.
And I can jump in, Wyatt. Yes, there was a lot of municipalities that wanted the clarity there so that the residents knew this is your taxes, here's what the policing's costing. It was frowned upon, but it was done anyway.
But
yeah,
but what what I understand is it's a different thing, saying that so much of your taxes have gone towards policing and education, what else? This one, our tax bill, actually, that is totally separate. That's added on top of the mill rate that we do. So this one tells me that that wasn't legal until this is in force.
That's correct.
Yeah, and I mean, actually, if you go to the next slide, Lindsay, it might give. So my understanding, and please verify this, because I could be wrong, but basically 326 subsection 1 of the MGA is deals with sort of requisitioning requirements or powers and items that you essentially break out on the tax notice. That was what we had requested to be amended, so that essentially we can say the province is collecting X dollars for the police funding model through the property tax system. What they said is, we're not collecting that through the property tax system. We're collecting it from the municipality. If the municipality wants to use property taxes, great. If they want to use some other source of revenue that they did not define, great. But in talking with municipal affairs staff on this, they kind of made a bit of a, they emphasized to us that it's not a requisition, it's a municipal cost to the province, and that should inform how it's displayed on the tax notice. So that's could be something that's worth clarifying directly with the province there.
Okay, Dale?
So the police funding model then would include both provincial police force and federal police force?
So the police funding model is for RCMP costs specifically delivered through the provincial police services agreement. So basically the way it works is province pays 70% of the PPSA costs, the federal government pays 30%. The province created the police funding model to basically have all of the municipalities that receive policing under that contract contribute a portion towards their 70% share. So it's for, I guess you could say it's federally delivered policing through the RCMP, but essentially tripartite funding at this point with the PFM.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So yeah, I think positive overall, but I think as we kind of see here, it's not terribly clear what showing it looks like and what it's not supposed to look like, which is a fair question for the province to clarify. Last kind of overall topic that I wanted to touch on in a little bit more detail is this idea of paramountcy of provincial approvals. And this more specifically relates to the change to aggregate pit approvals. So I'm guessing most of you are familiar with Section 619 of the MGA. It's a little bit of a notorious kind of section in that it's been pretty contentious for municipalities for a number of years, and that's basically the section that clarifies that provincial quasi-judicial agencies, so specifically, or most relevant, I guess, AUC, NRCB, and the AER, their development approval authority essentially supersedes municipal authority on anything that they regulate. So it mainly deals with confined feeding operations, renewable energy, etc. We've had a lot of advocacy effort and kind of political capital spent on dealing with Section 619 and those quasi-judicial groups in terms of saying, okay, if that's the way that it's going to be, their processes need to be significantly improved to consider and align with local land use planning, mitigate local risks, and typically they, from our perspective, don't do that as effectively as they could. So that's a little bit of context for this change, and this is essentially broadening Section 619 to include provincial government approval of aggregate pits into this sort of Section 619 concept. So Environment and protected areas is responsible for provincial approvals under the Environmental Protection Enhancement Act. Previously, as I'm sure everyone's aware, there was sort of this parallel approval process where municipalities would be able to issue development permits, apply conditions, et cetera, on some of the same issues, factors, land use risks that are regulated through the provincial scope as well. Industry, by and large, wasn't a huge fan of this, which goes back to the idea of red tape reduction. That was sort of a big sort of lobbying focus from the aggregate sector. So as a result, this change was made, which essentially prohibits municipalities from, I guess, regulating development in any area that the provincial approval process regulates as well. So it doesn't prevent municipalities from dealing with things associated with the development that are not within the provincial approval scope. But there's some certainly examples, and the one that I hear most often is around dust, where the province regulates and approves dust through an environment lens, air quality lens. Municipalities often regulate and approve, or don't, dust impacts more through a nuisance lens, or sort of an impact on neighboring landowner lens, and that's no longer going to be an option. So big picture wise, this is a big concern for us in terms of the autonomy clawback that it provides. It's been interesting talking to different municipalities. Some really don't see this as necessarily a bad thing or a big deal. It seems to depend on their relationship with the aggregate industry. But just from a principle level, there's a risk here. There's also significant uncertainty on, I guess, number one, whether the province is planning to amend their approval process and the code of practice for pits to potentially expand the scope of what they're regulating, to, frankly, further limit what municipalities can approve based on. And number two, whether they're planning to amend their regulatory process to consider municipal perspectives and landowner perspectives within it, which, as my understanding is, that it doesn't really happen right now, because up until a month or so ago, there was that parallel municipal process that dealt with that. So these are questions we're asking. It kind of goes back to that original comment where it's sort of, let's put this in legislation now and figure out the details later, in the sense that they don't seem to have a lot of answers to those questions. So this one's a biggie from our perspective. Next slide, please. And sorry, this kind of a long quote, but I think just one more piece of background info that's important here is there was a sand and gravel task force formed by the province last year. We participated on it. It was aimed more at the provincial approval process, looking for places to streamline that. Municipal was supposed to be out of scope. Despite that, there's lots of discussion about municipal stuff during that. So this is an excerpt from a written submission we made to that process, basically saying, paraphrasing here, but there's a reason rural municipalities want to have a regulatory lens on aggregate. There's local impacts, local benefits, local risks. Taking that away, you're going to have some unintended consequences. Next slide, please. And then just the last quote here, which I thought was interesting. From the final report of the task force, which was authored by the GOA, there's almost this statement here that I think is intended to reassure municipalities, saying, hey, if we're going to change how the provincial and municipal approval processes coexist, not saying we will, but if, it's going to be dealt with through lots of engagement with municipalities, and we're going to try to understand how that will have broader impacts under the MGA. So it's very disappointing that a few months later, Bill 28 was introduced that I would argue essentially ignored sort of this reassuring statement in the task force, because there was zero engagement on this change. Most of the other Bill 28 changes at some point in the last couple of years, there's at least been discussion on them with government. This one, we were not expecting at all, which is too bad given the potential impacts. Next slide. So next steps, we're going to keep advocating for both clarity on some of these changes, and that the ones with a lack of certainty are implemented as appropriately as possible. We are going to be reaching out to members to better understand the local impacts of some of this stuff in the coming weeks and months. And then we're going to make sure we're at the table for regulation development, because a lot of the Bill 28 changes are high level in nature and will depend on regulations to clarify what they will actually look like when implemented. So yeah, I'll leave it there. Again, kind of the tip of the iceberg, but happy to chat about anything not covered.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Any further questions, especially, I guess, on the aggregate one that we've been talking about here in the past? Anyone have questions?
Well, it clearly states that we will end up not having the authority as it reads. That's really the bottom line, and I would suggest that if council is certainly not in favor of it as a whole, we need to make that known to our MLA or our MLAs, however many that is. We, at this level, have been elected by the people, and part of what we've been elected for has been taken away. And I think that's the critical point here. And when you read through it in detail, it also starts to hamstring some different areas as well. And those have yet to be talked about. Very serious.
Okay. Just a question on the gravel one is, I'm a farmer. We run a confined feeding operation, and the changes were made in the 90s to have NRCB look after it. And I'll get a little political. Our county did not want confined feeding operations, actually appealed it. We ultimately, because NRCB, we met everything, we were allowed to build it. Am I understanding what they're doing with the gravel extraction similar to what happened to the NRCB? Because we had some counties that create ridiculous rules for develop, and some counties are wide open to development. So what the government did for confined feeding operations was, hey, everyone operates under the same thing. We don't want some counties not allowing development. Is this the same thing? And like, I think what they did with NRCB was probably a good thing for the province. Am I reading this wrong, or is this actually something very good that standardizes what happens around the province?
Yeah, I don't think that you're reading it wrong in the sense that there's a perception from government and industry, and I'm not going to say if it's right or wrong, but that there's a small number of municipalities sitting on substantial gravel reserves that, for local reasons, have decided that they don't want that type of development, or at least at the scale that industry and government want. So I think that's part of what's driving it for sure. I think the issue, and it sort of goes back to your initial point there, is if you do it right and you strike a balance between some province-wide consistency in, you know, what's appropriate, what's a tolerable level of sort of infrastructure impact, surrounding landowner impact, but you have that local lens be applied effectively within that process, there's probably a path where that balance can be achieved. I think where our concern is that given the fact that this change was made with zero heads up to RMA or municipalities and zero kind of consideration of if and how the provincial approval process needs to change to at least hear that local perspective and apply that local lens to their decisions, I think we're more than a little bit concerned that it's going to swing the decision-making process really far the other way, where there's not going to be any consideration of local risks and local impacts. And the tough thing there is, from a resident perspective, you know, regardless of who's making the decision, when there are problems, the municipality is typically the first point of contact for people to come to with those problems. So I would say I would agree with both of the comments I just heard, which is tough. I guess, you know, what I would say though is we're advocating for that municipal and that local lens to be applied in a provincial process. But given what we've heard so far, I'm skeptical that that's going to happen. So.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you on the local lens. I feel like if they wanted the local lens to be part of it, they would have probably mentioned it before they brought it forward, right? So
You'd
that
think
would be
so.
my concern. And it kind of takes our authority away. They, you know, provincial government, you know, I see them just overreach or just approving stuff that probably shouldn't be.
So you spoke of one thing that was very important, and that was the pendulum. We're seeing that the pendulum and we try to do this at the county level, to keep that pendulum in the middle. That's the logical place to have it, but it appears to be swinging way too far one way.
Yeah, I mean, that's our overarching view of Bill 2050 and 28, is that for whatever reason, there seems to be a perception of municipalities in general as barrier to development, source of red tape, having too much kind of flexibility and local autonomy as to how they do things, and that needs to be kind of nipped in the bud from the provincial perspective. You know, a lot of my job in the last couple of years has been asking the why question to the province, basically saying, you know, what problem are you trying to solve? And often they don't necessarily have a great answer, or they'll kind of use an outlier situation. So, you know, a municipality that, you know, has had major governance issues, or has, to your point, maybe unreasonably restricted a certain type of development, to say we need to legislate this away across every municipality in the province. Our approach, or our perspective, is there's probably tools within the existing legislation to deal with those, you know, the one-off scenarios, but I think it feels like it's used by government as an opportunity to shift that pendulum more broadly, which is a really challenging thing to deal with.
Okay, further questions or discussions? No. Is Trina still listening? No? Okay, I was
Yes,
just wondering
ma'am.
if she had some comments. All right, well, thank you very much. Maybe if someone could make a motion to accept your
I'll make the
report.
motion to accept for information.
Okay, Barry makes that motion. Thank you again to you all. All those in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Through the chair, just a question, would council, further to the conversation, like us to come back with a proposed letter or something at probably the 28th council meeting to forward on to our MLAs?
I think that would be very appropriate.
yep, makes sense. Yep. Do you need a motion for that, or is just, okay, good. Yeah, good idea. Thank you again for your presentation. All right. I don't know, maybe we should we take our lunch break now? We've got quite a bit left yet.
We
And
do. I
see
think that would,
Barry's,
yeah,
here
Barry's
starting.
getting hungry. It'd be a good idea to maybe, because we've got 2 planning application and the committee review.
Okay, so we'll adjourn to 1:45. Okay, 12:45, we'll resume the meeting. Thank you. To go to, where are we going? 10A1?
Yeah, through the chair, number 11, 11.1, the quarterly RCMP Evansburg report is just for information.
Okay.
And we'll just highlight that, and then we can move on to 12A1, bylaws and policies.
Okay.
So who's given the police report? You?
No, it's under correspondence, just for
We read it
information.
already. Yeah, we read it. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so then we're moving to 12A1, bylaws and policies. Ready to go?
Pam, good afternoon.
Hi.
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, bring it a little
Yeah.
closer,
I
sure.
didn't hear an echo, so. Is that better? All right, I'll try that. So today, my first item is.
Can you just introduce yourself, because we have people online, so
Of
that
course.
just helps.
Amy Roberts from
Yeah.
Planning and Development. I am speaking on behalf of Tanya Vanderwell today because she is not here. So this is not my item, but I will do my best to answer any of your questions. I do have two items today. The first one is for bylaw 22-2017-02-2026 to amend land use bylaw 22-2017 to redistrict 6 parcels of land from the list provided from Agricultural 1 District to Aggregate Resource Extraction and Processing District. There is a map that's the best for this in the bylaw attachment that I'm going to ask them to pull up for me. It's in Schedule A and B, just so that you're aware of the locations of these parcels. But it is east of Lake Isle on the Parkland County borderline. So today we have two separate motions that are up for recommendation. Motion 1 is that County Council give first reading to the bylaw 02-2026 to amend land use bylaw for the 6 parcels of land as listed, redistricting from Agricultural 1 to Aggregate Resource Extraction and Processing as presented. The second motion that we would be asking for is that a public hearing for bylaw 22-2017-02-2026 be scheduled for June 11th at 10 a.m. These files have a little bit of a background, so please bear with me. I'll try to be as short as possible. In the spring of 2025, a development application was received for the renewal and expansion of the existing aggregate operations that were previously approved under Land Use Bylaw 16/2008. When they applied for that renewal or expansion, it was determined that the properties were no longer in compliance with the current Land Use Bylaw, as the properties were districted as Agricultural 1. Therefore, on May 1st, an application was submitted to ensure compliance to the existing uses within the Land Use Bylaw. asking to redistrict them to the appropriate section. So just to provide a little bit further to that, at that time, bylaw 22-2017-02-2025 was created. It was presented to council at the time. It went through a first reading, public hearing, second reading, and a motion at that time, that they requested additional information and that the updated studies and reports required as a part of a development permit be provided as a part of the public hearing and second and third readings. So at that time, everything was put on hold, and the election required that we do a process from the beginning again, which is why we're bringing it to you today.
Okay. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Bo.
What is our policy on redistricting Ag 1 to aggregate?
So the policy is aggregate is the aggregate resource extraction processing zoning is the only district that allows for aggregate processing to take place. So in that process, the policy is it must be redistricted in order for those processes to take forward. If a new application was received, that would be the requirement. However, in the old land use bylaw, the 16-2008, aggregate was permitted on agricultural zoned lands. And so it's a grandfathered in situation that we're trying to straighten up today.
All right.
I'm looking at the diagram here, or the map. Would even some of the, if they did aggregate, would even meet some of the setback requirements? Because there's a lot of houses close in that one quarter.
Those would all be reviewed as a part of the application process. The reason why we bring this to you now, Mr. Chair, is that we're looking for first reading so we can advertise this entire application, get all the information out to the public, and then have our public hearing set so we can hear from the public, hear from the council prior to doing any second and third readings. That includes asking for any additional information that may be provided in between that process.
Okay. Thank you. Further questions? Motion?
I'll make a motion for the option 1, the first reading.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on that, Ed?
Your, excuse me, June 11th open house, that's council day. I don't know if we're expected to be there. Oh, it's at the council, sorry, okay.
Sorry,
Yeah, it's
Mr.
at the
Chair.
council meeting, yeah.
Mr. Chair, may I clarify that question? Were you talking about the open house or the public hearing?
Oh, sorry, the public hearing, yeah.
Okay, public hearing, correct.
Oh, Bo?
So for redistricting this parcel, or these parcels, what is the requirements normally for that?
The requirements for redistricting the process, sorry? The process would be to go through the first reading. The first reading sets up the public hearing and just sets up the actual application process for moving forward. Then the public hearing is set. Once that public hearing is set, that all the letters go out to landowners, notifying them of the public hearing, allowing them to provide any comments to the development team, and or to set up to speak at the public hearing. There's also the opportunity for people to come into the public hearing at the time that it's taking place and present at that time. The public hearing will also allow for the developer to speak. Okay.
The developer's gonna have like his geology reports and all that, I would imagine, at the open house then?
More information will be provided for the second and third readings that come after the public hearing. Often we find that the public hearing brings in more questions, more concerns. So that's why we have the public hearing between the first and second readings to allow for that. If all that information is provided for the second and third readings, sometimes you can do the second and third reading at the same time. However, we do find with aggregate applications, that's very rare. Typically, it's a longer process where you come back a couple times.
Yeah.
You
'cause
can
they'd have-
also defer, my apologies.
Yeah, cause they'd have to have like their haul route and everything would be all mapped out and stuff. 3 mics on.
Now there's one.
Now there's one. Okay.
So, just for clarification for everyone, the first reading of this is the one to put it on the table to talk about. It's not indicating that there will be a second and third. It's not indicating approval. It's indicating just to get it on the table so information can be brought forward. Just so everybody understands that if you're unsure about this first reading, it only brings it on the table.
That's correct.
That's it.
Ann?
Through the chair too, and I noticed that some members are using the terms interchangeably, open house and public meeting. They're very separate. This sets up a public meeting that is part of a council meeting. An open house is something entirely different. Just, I want to make sure everybody's aware of that because the public meeting parameters are very clear.
Thanks, Ann. Good clarification. Okay, Bo, did you have something? No? Okay, but we've, oh, Ed?
So just to clarify, would there be an open house before the public hearing then? Like some place for the public to get the information from to bring it back to the hearing?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the open house takes place prior to applying, so it's already taken place. They send us all the information. Development team doesn't attend the open houses. They send us all the information, all the comments, and their summaries of those comments in addition to any mitigation that they have with regards to those comments as a part of the application. That would be reviewed as a part of the second and third reading.
Thank you. Okay,
When
Bo?
was the open house held?
My apologies, it's not listed here. I would have to look into that.
Okay. All right, so this motion is only for the first reading. The other motion would be for the public hearing. So any further questions on motion one, that we give first reading to that bylaw? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor of first reading? Opposed? Were you opposed or in favor? I'm in favor. Okay. So late, either late or early. Okay, that's carried unanimously. All right. Okay, so motion two would be that we have a public hearing, which would be at our June 11th council meeting. It would be at 10 a.m. Anyone prepared to make a motion for that? Mike moves that motion two, that we set the public hearing for that bylaw on June 11th at 10 a.m. Question on that?
Yep, so I'm wondering, in the past, we have had many comments from ratepayers about the daytime public hearings, and I'm wondering if we should explore something different, i.e. like it would be in an evening meeting?
In an evening meeting just for
Evening,
the open house?
evening public hearing for this particular thing.
Ann?
Through the chair, I don't disagree at exploring it, but just be mindful that the public does have the opportunity to comment they can come in person, they can attend virtually, they can also do written submissions, which will get read into the record. The other thing, we love coming at night, but it does cost staff time and overtime when we do at night, which I'm just putting it all out there.
And thank you for that explanation. The reason I asked that question was so that the public that's listening today can actually hear there's lots of ample time, even if we have it during the day. So thank you.
Okay, Bo?
Just curious if we can have the open house materials that was held available for the public and ourselves prior to this meeting in advance.
Okay, that should work, Amy, right?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, that would be in advance with the agenda item, or that would be in advance to creating the agenda item for the public hearing?
Well,
With it,
I guess at the public, that we have it prior to the public hearing.
I think with the agenda is sufficient.
We can make
Yeah.
it a part of it.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
When would the agenda be published?
Well, Friday
Friday
before the
before?
meeting.
Is that enough time for the public to look at the open house materials?
Council gets the agenda the Friday before, and the public gets it on the Monday.
Could we put it on our website, all the information? If people wanted to find it, they could find it on our website. I don't know if that's an option.
Hello there. I just want to clarify, was the open house hosted by the applicants? Okay, it wasn't, so just to clarify for council, it wasn't our open house, it was theirs and their products. Do you know what date it was? Because I can look and see whether they advertised on our community calendar.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm not aware of that date, but I can certainly request that we get that information and work with communications to make sure that it's available in some form on the website prior to the meeting.
Okay, thank you. All right, is that clear? Oh,
Yep.
Ann.
Through the chair too, and make sure that because it's their open house and their material and their data, that they're willing for us to share it. I don't suspect there's any issues, but because it's not ours, we just want to confirm that with them.
Good. Okay, Amy?
Sorry, just through the chair, I would like to confirm that it may just be a summary rather than all of the comments, but we will work on a version that can be published.
Thank you. All right, that works. All right. So did we have a motion already? Yes. Yeah, that's right. Mike moved it. Any further discussion on that motion? If not, call the question. All those in favor of the bylaw being set for June 11th? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Okay.
The public hearing. right?
That's, isn't that what I said?
No, you said the bylaw.
Oh,
public hearing bylaw.
sorry, that was the public hearing for the bylaw.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all for that particular one, right?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on to the amending, is that's a separate one, right? So A1, A2, sorry, 12A2, and that's bylaw 22, 2017, 03, 2026. Go ahead, Amy.
Thank you. So our second agenda item is exactly that, bylaw 22-2017-03-2026 to amend land use bylaw 22-2017 to redistrict 3 parcels of land as listed from agricultural 1 to aggregate resource extraction and processing. Once again, the best map for this one would be on the bylaw attached, either as Schedule A or B. We are looking for 2 separate motions for this agenda item as well. One would be to accept the first reading, and the second one would be to set the public hearing for the same date, June 11th, but at 11 a.m. Perhaps if we could go to the second map, it gives us a better idea of where this one is located. It's just south of Alberta Beach. There we go, also on the Parkland County borderline. This is the exact same history as the previous one, where in spring of 2025, the development application was received, and it was determined that redistricting would be required in order to bring it into the current land use bylaw for compliance. There was, as a part of this application, a public hearing held, a second reading, and the motion once again to bring the relevant and updated studies and reports that were required at the development permit stage to be a part of the second and third readings. Therefore, we are starting the process over again due to the change in council.
All right, thank you. Any questions through to Amy? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Someone willing to make a motion?
One more question on
one more question, okay.
Is
Bo.
this one grandfathered in as well as far as redistricting from Ag 1 to aggregate?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this would be the exact same situation under the old bylaw where it was in operation at the time, but they're asking to renew and possibly expand. So we've asked them to redistrict.
Okay, thank you.
I'd make the motion if you didn't.
Yeah, no, he didn't. Yeah, no, he didn't.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
then I'll make the motion that we give it first reading.
Okay, a motion to give this bylaw first reading. Any discussion? All those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, motion 2, or it would be then the public hearing, the same thing, and to be set for June 11th at 11 a.m. Is someone prepared to make that motion? Jill? Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Motion's carried unanimously. So we'll have two public hearings that day, June 11th. All right. Thank you very much, Amy.
Thank you very much for your time.
Good. So we are down to, did we miss? Yeah, we haven't discussed the dust control and the. Oh, that, we're putting that right at the end? It's all you, okay. So the rest of the agenda is you. Another one? Sure. So that's C2 is council committee review.
Good afternoon, council. This is something that I want to thank Trista for her work on this. Unfortunately, we were going to present together, but we didn't get to do it. But she and I have been working on this one together for quite some time. And this was something when I first arrived here that council made clear that they wanted to look at. So committees are put in place to help strengthen the community by supporting governance and leadership of the municipality. As new council, we have recently adopted your strategic plan, and this is a really good opportunity to look at the committees and see if they're meeting your needs and your vision for Lac St. Anne County for the next 4 years. Committees of council are advisory boards. Some are enforced by regulation, and some are more discretionary in nature. This committee review is an opportunity for you to look at our current committees and make sure they're fitting in with both your visions and your needs under the new strategic plan. So I will go through the report, and I know that council has had an opportunity to review it because we made sure that you had this early. So why do we have committees of council? They may serve some of the following purposes: to provide advice and guidance or recommendations to council, to allow members of the public to contribute to the governance and decision-making process. And it's a really good opportunity for people who are interested in eventually perhaps sitting on council to be on a committee first to understand the inner workings. They're also there to regulate, govern, and control certain activities in the county, for example, agricultural service boards, to hear and decide appeals, and to allow the county to have representation on external governance bodies. So committees should support principles as well as council strategic plan, which are the following pillars: responsible financial management, drive purposeful and measurable economic development, enhance an enviable quality of life, and foster trusting community relationships. So when we were doing this review, we kept in mind these things, and we've made recommendations, but these are recommendations only for council's decision. But having sat with council in various visioning exercises and understanding what you see the county be coming under your stewardship, we have made those recommendations to fit into that overall vision. So we've broken it down into various sections, and we can, I'm not sure how council wants to approach this because it's rather large. We can look through sections, or we can look through specific committees, or would you rather just pull it out committee by committee? What's your desire?
Yeah, I would think we should go committee by committee.
Okay, okay. Now, to start with the watershed environmental stewardship, we have Athabasca Watershed, North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, Sturgeon River Watershed, Upper Athabasca Watershed Council, Lac La Nun Enhancement and Protection, Lake Isle and Lac St. Anne Stewardship Society. Our staff recommendation for all of these watershed committees was to leave our representation on it, because I heard through strategic planning how important it was, how the lakes are so important to us, to our identity, and water stewardship is becoming increasingly more important. So our recommendation was for these 6 to leave them status quo.
Okay, thank you for that. What's the feeling of council? Questions? Comments? So if we leave it, I don't think we need a motion. Yeah. Okay, if we're all in favor of that, then let's continue on.
So question, and then,
Oh.
then after we've gone through the whole thing, we'll ratify the change at that point? Okay.
Yes, I'll make notes and then I'll just kind of review it at the end so that I can make sure I didn't miss anything. Great.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and the next section is tourism and recreation. The first one is the Beach Wave Park Stakeholder Committee. I know Councillor Stoney sits on this, and our feeling was that this is one of those committees that fits in under the Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework Agreement. And there really isn't a need for this, and that it can be folded in under our ICF agreement. But I'd be curious if Councillor Stoney has any thoughts or comments.
No, I don't, yeah. Short comment is this committee, I mean, the Beach Wave is owned by Alberta Beach. And every time I'm there, they just ask me, where's my money? So, and in my mind, sitting on the meetings, this committee needs to manage their money properly. Therefore, I think with the ICF, and we just give them their lump sum and then they can figure it out, then it'll kind of take the load of us trying to babysit this committee.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? No, good.
So the recommendation for that is just to fold it under the ICF, and so we
Okay,
will move
yeah,
that forward.
I think everyone's in favor of that.
Yep.
Thank you.
The George Pegg Botanical Garden Society, Councillor Stoney also sits on this, and the recommendation is to discontinue appointing a council member as this is operated by volunteers. We can always go into their annual general meeting, and I think with all of these committees, so that council's aware, we can include it with our minutes, and then council can be updated through that process.
Okay, thank you. Any comments on that one? No?
No, straightforward. Again, they just ask me, where's the money? And at the AGM, I'm only there because we own the land. So, and I was super excited to be on that one, but I mean, they manage it well. The volunteers are fantastic. So they really don't need a shadow.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
The Interlakes Regional Trails Master Plan Committee, administration is recommending that council remove the representation because their Regional Trails Master Plan initiative from 2024 is complete. So we feel that there's no need for council to continue sitting on that.
Okay, any comments there, Barry or Bo or anyone else? Haven't done anything.
Been no meetings.
Then you won't even notice if it's gone. All right. Are we okay with the recommendation? Good. Moving along.
Northwest of 16 Regional Tourist Association, we recommend that council continue its involvement through 2026 and then reassess the benefits of this and the value of participating.
All right. Any comments on that one?
No, I sit on this one. It's a very good, well-organized, brand-new committee, or association, I should say. Yeah, they've been working hard. Their website is fantastic. So if you guys are bored one day, they do have a map. And here I'm promoting, but it's a good, it is a good one.
Yeah, good, thank you. I think, and because one of the things that we promote or like is the tourism in our county, I think that just makes a lot of sense. Okay.
Thank you. And I think one thing too, it's difficult for members of council when you're sitting on these committees. Often these committees want a commitment, and it's really challenging as one member because, as you know, you work collectively to try speak on behalf of council. And so sometimes just having the information come back is beneficial. St. Anne Regional Lake Use Committee, the administration's recommending that council continue its involvement with this through 2026 and then again reassess afterwards.
Go ahead.
I haven't been to any of these meetings for St. Anne Regional Lake Use. Has there been any in the last recent times?
No.
And why are we continuing it?
We can check into that for you, Councillor Knish, and see when the meetings are held and how often, because sometimes that does fall off track.
So do we know at all how that committee is constructed? Because there's nothing in there.
It works with local snowmobile and off-road vehicle groups dedicated to promoting, maintaining, and managing existing regional trails.
No, the next one.
Oh,
The
sorry,
St. Anne
that's the
Regional
first
Lake
one.
Use Committee.
Yeah. Local lakes for recreational activity. The committee supports initiatives such as the provincial Respect Our Lakes, but you're saying you're on the committee and you have not. Okay.
Well, it doesn't say who the committee is at all, except ours.
Except for ours.
And then is there a need for three councils on this one?
Yeah, probably not. So you have not had a meeting since you've been elected?
We've never had a meeting. We've never heard
Oh.
from anybody for organization. I guess we're the only ones on it. So I think it's a dead committee.
You're meeting with each other,
Oh,
okay.
Well,
So-
I think you have to do some research
Yeah.
to find out what is that committee?
Yeah, this one, a suggestion that we park and bring back.
Yeah.
And see if there's only 3 of you on the committee. Who's there?
Oh, yeah. Who would? Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, Trista. Don't get a ticket while you're talking.
I'm home. I'm not driving. Thank you. The SARLUC, or the Lake Use Committee, the meetings are called as required. Typically, they include the representatives from Alberta Beach and the summer villages around there. Our most recent discussions have been around how do we manage some kind of revenue intake for boat launches, whether that be through parking, paid parking, or those kinds of things. So those are the discussions that were happening around that. There has not been any meetings held since new council came in.
So who calls the meetings?
Any one of the municipalities that want to address something with the other municipalities around lake use.
Maybe that needs a little fixing. Somebody has to be in charge.
Thanks, Trista. And through the chair, just a suggestion, this is something that in my mind, if there's no need to hold meetings, there doesn't seem to be terms of reference. We can either A, bring it back for council, or it could be part of the ICF agreements with those municipalities. It's up to you guys.
Okay, yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, you don't need a committee for everything if we can figure it out through other methods.
And I think that was a lot of the point about the ICF agreements, is to kind of wrap up some of those shared services, so, okay.
Okay, clear for you then? So we'll actually take that committee away then?
Yep.
All right?
Yep. The next one is the regional trail use, St. Anne Regional Trail Use, and this is the snowmobile and off-road vehicles. We have Councillor Gifford, Knish, and Stoney. Have you had one of these meetings? No, so it's the same thing.
All right.
I've been to a couple of the Alberta Beach, the snowmobile club meetings.
But that's
as a-
separate from,
As a
yeah.
counselor though, yeah, not as a committee.
So my suggestion would be then, same thing under the ICF, disband, because, okay.
Sounds good. Everyone in favor with that? Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. So the next section is community services, and the first one is Community Futures Yellowhead East. And recommendation from administration is that council retain their involvement with that, with Community Futures, especially with the focus that this council wants on economic development. So Councillor Gifford's on this, and I don't know if you have anything to add, Councillor Gifford?
There's a lot within this committee, a lot of learning, a lot of training that I've done, so I'm just getting comfortable, if you want to put it that way, within this, and there'll be more to come, like lots more to come, and I think it's very valuable.
Thank you. Okay, so the next one is the Lac St. Anne County Library Board. We recommend that council maintain this involvement and representation on the Lac St. Anne Foundation, given the county's ongoing investment with the organization.
Yeah, Jill and I sit on that, and I think that is a worthwhile committee that we have regular meetings, and I think it's well governed and money well spent.
Okay.
Is it not legislated anyway?
I think it might.
It is.
So
Yep.
that would be the parameters right there.
Yeah, and the question is, do we need two? And yes, I believe we do need two representatives. Yeah. The Onaway Regional Medical Clinic, our recommendation is that this is something that will be coming forward in, oh, what did I miss? Oh, the foundation. That's legislated, and our recommendation is to continue with that. Councillor Stoney
you.
sits on that. Councillor Stoney and I sat in on a meeting, and they will be coming forward to give council a presentation just on the various things, because I think there's some misrepresentation what they actually do. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, there's a lot, they are going to be coming in to present because there is a lot of things that they do that a lot of people in the public don't know. I also wanted to make a note, because I forgot to tell Ann to put this on here, but they pay me directly, and that is provincial rules, not their rules. So I had a conversation back in November with Carla, and that we've changed my honorarium so that it's no double dipping. So I just want to make that public.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good.
The next one is the Onaway Regional Medical Clinic Board. The recommendation is that we are looking at the service, how it's provided. We also are looking internally at our overall agreement and our partners. But our recommendation is that we have to do more investigating on the clinic, just so that council's more aware of the business model and how it's running.
So in other words, that's keep it going?
Keep it going. And, but I know there has not been any meetings, and I would say, in my opinion, push for a meeting, to have an initial meeting with the committee. So that once we get all the facts, the data, the agreements in place, that the committee could have a discussion about the terms of reference and the makeup of the committee, because I don't think that's been done under the new council at all.
So for clarification, I'm pretty sure that's a corporation.
We haven't clarified that yet. There is a lot of things that we need to find out internally Deputy Reeve. So we're going to do that, and then the counselors that sit on that committee, we think there should be an initial meeting so that the terms of reference can be clarified, the contribution from every municipality, and the ownership model.
We have a request into our MLA regarding this matter, and I was wondering if there's any follow-ups been done since our last correspondence with his receptionist or
We haven't
secretary?
heard anything, no.
Can we get some sort of update on that, please?
Yep.
Okay. So it seems to me by this write-up that Lac St. Anne County is in the lead, so I mean, it's up to us to call a meeting then. Yeah,
Absolutely.
and I think that came out clear in our mayors and Reeves, or whatever that
Yes.
meeting was, that no meetings have been called, so.
Yes.
So yeah, once we do our background stuff, I think it's up to us to call a meeting on that.
Yes, sooner rather than later, too.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just making notes here. Call meeting, terms of- The next one is the Seniors Transportation East End Bus, and Councillor Dirksen sits on this. Recommendation that we continue with this and explore options and synergies between the East End Bus and the West End Bus. And my understanding was, the direction was that the West End Bus Committee and the East End Bus Committee were going to get together, and I'm not sure if that's happened yet.
No, it has not happened, no. Still, yeah, I'd like to call a meeting, because I feel like their funding model is run a little more due diligently than the East End Bus.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll accept that recommendation then.
Leave it,
Okay.
okay. And then the next one is the West End Bus Committee, and that's very similar, and that we have a fairly substantial investment into that. And until we sort out, does council want to continue with this service delivery model, both West End and East End Bus, that we continue to have somebody to sit on those committees?
Just a question, why do we have two counselors on West End and only one? Is that the reason why it's better run? No, I don't know.
I suspect that it's the terms of reference, but
Okay,
historically,
all right.
One more, were they started at the same time, do you know?
I don't know that. I don't know the answer to that. And I know that the funding model's a bit different for the West End than it is for the East End.
Trista, do you know an answer to that question, whether they were started at the same time, those two East and West End?
She's gone, yeah.
All right,
I think it'd be valid information, though, for you to find out.
yeah, just for interest more than anything, probably.
That would be. I've made a note, background. The next is the Yellowhead Regional Library Board, and the recommendation that council maintains their representation on the library board, the Yellowhead. Similar to the earlier conversation about library boards.
Yeah, and that is, the chair of the library board attends that, actually, attends. the meeting.
Who from council is on it?
What's that?
It's
Who's
just
on
a
it?
member at large.
No,
so
it's-
No,
no
it's
one?
the, it's the
Not
chair of the library board.
Well, it's none of the counselors, it's the chairman of the library board that is the representative on that. And she reports back to our library board, the one that we had up there before, reports back onto those meetings.
Okay.
And I believe she gets paid out of our library board's funding that comes in there.
She does, yeah.
And I totally think we should be part of that, because we access all the books from the regional library as well, or can access, and you got to know what the other one is doing too. It helps.
Through the chair to the chair, I would just be curious, yourself or Councillor Stoney, has there been any conversations at the library board meetings on the impact of Bill 28 to the
Do
library
you want to
board?
comment? I can too, but you can. Uh, There has been some, it's been since we had our meeting actually, but there's been some correspondence going back and forth. They're very concerned about it, and they feel that if they actually have to do what that bill is asking, that it might increase the operating costs quite significantly. My suggestion, and I don't mind saying it here online, is just ignore it and just continue operating the way we are, because I think some of them, especially for small libraries, it's foolish the changes there are. It would basically say that our volunteers that are under, or students that come and work there would not be allowed to work in our libraries anymore. And we have because they're under 18 and cannot have access to some of those books. And all of our libraries work with volunteers, and some of them are under 18 years old. They're students that we take in for training, that they learn about this stuff. So what this does then is that those kids that get experience, we're not allowed to have them, because then they'd be able to see that book, and they're not allowed to look at these books. And so it would have quite an impact on the operation of our small libraries. And I know it isn't right, but I just said if it were me, I'd just totally ignore the rules. Sorry.
It's okay, thank you for that. So the next little group of committees is advisory board, and the first one is the Ag Service Board, and of course it's legislated, and we're recommending that it continue in its current form, consisting of members and large and council members. I've seen this at different municipalities where some just have council members, but I think it's valuable to include members of the public. The Alice PAC is something that council has discussed, and we know that the manager of Ag Services will be coming back. He's working with finance on an update so that council can see the budget and the budget impact, and we're hoping that'll be in the next month or so. Our recommendation is that council maintain this in its current form as we review, until we review the program and council determines how to move forward.
Makes sense to me.
Yep, Emergency Advisory Committee, we're recommending that this stay as is and it's legislated. We are having emergency management training next week on the 21st, and I think everybody's got that in their calendars. Okay. The Airport Committee, we're recommending that we maintain it in principle, because we do know that council wants to review the airport service delivery. I was recently approached by somebody that I used to work with saying that we could be members for free in the Regional Airport Committee for a year to try it out. I think it's something that we should look at while we decide whether we're going to continue the service or not, because it may give us some benefits and access to some information and data.
Yeah, that, I mean, the airport, we do have to reassess that, but it is a benefit that we do have, and if we can use it to our benefit for development, I think it makes sense.
St. Anne Emergency Response Center Committee, we're recommending that council continue to appoint a representative to this, I believe. Yep, emergency response, yep. Any questions on that one?
There's a bit of a mistake in the
Yeah, on the
bottom there,
bottom.
but
Yeah, I just got that.
I think it's just cut and paste. and it
Typo,
was-
yep.
Yep.
And
Have
who
you
sits
had
on this?
meetings
Yeah.
on that? Yeah.
Can you give us a bit of background on that, Ed, or Jill?
Being that we're part owners of it with the town, so we just go through whatever issues, problem, upgrades, and then eventually we'll probably look at some money, some budgets and whatever with it.
So it's valuable.
Yep.
Just a quick question then, Ed. So when you get together and say you recommend that we've got to fix the pad or whatever's out there, so then the committee sends that forward to the town?
To both councils.
Both of them
Yeah,
get it, okay.
Because it'd be cost shared.
Yep, thank you.
And one of the questions that came up through our ICF discussion with the town of Mayerthorpe is the agreement with our fire chief. And I did find out that that is an addendum to the ICF. So that's something when we continue our conversations, just to be mindful of. So the next set are appeal committees, and the first one is the Agricultural Pests Act, Weed Control Act, and Soil Conservation Act. We're recommending that County Council defer decisions related to Agricultural Appeal Committee until Council has reviewed the ag bylaw, Agricultural Appeal Bylaw, which will formally establish this committee, because we haven't got one currently.
So what do we do presently?
We
Or don't-
haven't had an
nothing?
appeal, so
that?
we haven't had an appeal.
Okay.
But staff is in the process of drafting this up, so
Okay.
we have to bring that forward
All right,
sooner rather than later.
Dale?
So, Ann, I wonder, when we discuss this a bit further, if we could talk about the fact that maybe there should be one overarching appeal committee
Yeah,
that would deal with all the areas?
that's a great idea.
Maybe we can explore that.
So then I guess this one we will defer and bring back an overarching appeal committee, right? Okay. Because the next one is the enforcement committee. So suggestion that we leave that. Okay.
Do the very same thing.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
And then the last little bit is various other committees. And the first one is the First Nations Committee. This is something that we feel like Truth and Reconciliation is really something that should be all encompassing, and it shouldn't have a separate committee. So they don't meet, and I think more of us getting together with our neighbors is probably more appropriate than having a committee.
It would
Okay,
be
any
interesting who initiated this one,
Yeah, I could find that out. I wasn't
just for
sure.
interest.
Mhm. It would be interesting. Okay. And then the last one is joint work site health and safety committee. And our feeling was this was more of a staff with council being kept up to date. So we were recommending that council representatives be removed from the joint health and safety. We've also tried to have our health and safety person come to council, because we did have questions when I first got here. Does the county do health and safety? And I think not only for council, but also the public's awareness, they didn't seem to know how in-depth our safety program was. So I think it was helpful having Carol here and kind of explaining to the public rather than a committee.
Yeah, I'm on that committee. They had a couple of meetings, but canceled it just before, so we haven't had any meetings since I've been elected.
Okay. So you're going to make me recite all of that? Are you ready? I can
Sure.
do it. I can do it. So our overall feeling was that the watershed committees were leaving council representatives on that. The Beach Wave Committee, we were going to dissolve. The George Pegg Committee dissolve. The Interlakes Trails dissolve, I believe. The Northwest 16 leave as is. Lac St. Anne Lake use discontinue and it becomes part of the ICF. Same as the Lac St. Anne Trail. The Yellowhead Regional Economic Development leave, the library leave, Lac St. Anne Foundation leave as is, Onaway Clinic leave as is, but find out more information, get it to council, make sure a meeting gets hosted, understand the model and how it's working. East End Bus, West End Bus, leave as is, but make sure that those joint meetings are happening. Find out how they got started. Are there different reasons for their starting? And see if there could be a more coordinated effort. Yellowhead Library Board, leave as is. Ag Service Board as is. Alice PAC, determine if we're going to continue with that and then make a recommendation to council at that point. Emergency Management Committee as is. The airport as is until we find more information and through service delivery. Also explore the opportunity of the membership with regional airports since it's being offered for free. St. Anne Center Committee, leave as is. Ag Appeal and Enforcement Appeal, see if they can be combined and bring that information back to council. First Nations Committee dissolve and the Joint Health and Safety Workshop dissolve. Did I miss anything?
I think that's what we had sort of agreed, so do we need a motion on that? Okay, I would entertain a motion exactly as Ann just said.
Do you want me to repeat it?
Okay, so what are you No, I'm just kidding.
Go ahead, Mike, repeat it.
Yeah, yeah.
And the information to be brought back. I must say, this has been a really good exercise too for us because as we're going through and doing service delivery review, we're kind of thinking about it all through this process, and it's really good for staff too to be looking at all these things.
Yeah. Very good. Okay, all in favor of accepting those recommendations? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Very good job. I do think that that is an important thing to do probably regularly, not every month, but you know, every few years that a guy takes a look at that, for sure.
Thank you.
All right, that doesn't mean that if we sit on committees and we find that they're a bit useless, then that we bring it back to council and remove that.
And or new ones, maybe.
Or new ones, sure.
Yep.
Sure. Yep.
The Lake one is, they're working on their paperwork, I think, so that they can actually call it a meeting, the one I go to.
And the question on that is that something I would always say, keep in mind, is that something that could be met with under the ICF agreements? Because those ICF agreements, we all have to renew all of them before 2027. So if it's some kind of service delivery that fits under the ICF, that might be an avenue.
Yeah, I got invited to go, I get invited to go, so I guess I go.
What's
Okay,
next?
so I don't know if this is a spot, but, or if that's under governance, but we were talking a little bit on meetings that we as councillors should be attending or conventions to attend. Some have come up and people just say, oh, I'll go, without council actually underwriting doing that. And I think, you know, in terms of us trying to tighten our belts a little bit in spending, I think we need, and I don't think we can do it here today, but I think all of us have to be cognizant of the fact that we can't attend everything. And if we do want to send council representation, we should make that decision of who we send, because I don't think we should be sending every counselor to some of these. Now, if it's someone who wants to go, they bring it forward, and then council should approve that. But I do think we got to try and stay within our budget, so at some point we need to have that decision, and maybe we would ask administration to come back on the convention side, all of the conventions that are possible, and which ones should we be sending council members to and which ones not, and maybe even a recommendation of how many to each one.
And through the chair, for a suggestion too, in the budget, we factor in so many. It's the same for us for administration. So for council, we factor in this many. And I would certainly give you a list of what was budgeted for, because that will be helpful. But one thing that I've done in previous municipalities is if council, in order to keep the budget in check, each council member had so much allotted to that they could go, but they did have to fit into some sort of envelope that council saw fit into their larger strategic plan.
I think that's good. Go ahead, Dale.
So, but the key to that is, in order for us to bring it to council to talk about that, is to have the information far enough ahead. Just most recently, for wastewater, there was a great convention that happened at Grand Prairie that might likely have been a good one to have at least one person attend.
Yep.
And we got the invitation, never got it, actually. And I've heard this through some other council members from a different municipality, that they learned a lot. They learned a lot, like the new ways of treating gray water, which are becoming more popular. And we're in the middle of this whole process. So if there's some way that administration can maybe, I don't use the word search them out, but if you become aware that there are some, to get them to us so that we can have the conversation at a council meeting and decide we're going to send one or two, or we're not going to send any. Because I believe everything we do here at the council level is done three ways. That's either through a bylaw, policy, or a motion. And we need to keep to that. But in order to keep to that, we have to have information.
Yeah, and right now, through the chair, right now, it's a little bit haphazard where this information goes. So we're getting better at collecting it and forwarding it. And Cindy, always, I send it to her right away as soon as we're aware of it, and then we forward it on. We should also have a little bit more of a discussion about the best use of council's time and admin's time, and is this conference better suited for both, or one or the other? Yeah.
I'd just like to say, in attending some of these conventions, they're extremely valuable. Some of the knowledge that can be gained there from one point of view to another point of view can be totally different. So it's important that we get a list going. It's important that we all have a voice on and express our interest in attending these conferences, because I do believe they're extremely valuable.
I agree, Councillor Knish, and one of my challenges as CAO, because I oversee all the different departments, is to support the staff. I want to go to some of these conferences, and I want to find out what new legislation's coming about, but I have to be mindful of the budget, obviously. So what I've done in the past practice is 1 year I'll go to a planning conference, the next year I'll go to an ECDEV, the next year I'll go to HR, so I'm keeping my hand in, but not at too much expense, so it's kind of a little bit, but yes, we'll get a list going and bring it forward. Okay.
Thank you. That's a discussion I wanted to have, because I agree with Bo that probably every convention has value, but we have to somehow prioritize and figure those things out, because it's
You could go to
we
everything.
don't have an unlimited budget, is what I'm saying. And so to to have a process that we discuss it, I think just makes a lot of sense. All right. Okay.
Are we doing dust suppressant next or taxation?
I had taxation first.
Okay.
Not that it matters. So we're going to 7A, no, sorry, 6, what are we? 8. I knew it was somewhere.
We've been
8,
kind of
yeah.
all over the map today, so.
Taxation procedure. So I brought that up at the beginning, just Dale and I had been discussing it, that there's a lot of questions coming in on taxation with our taxation things that came out, and there is some confusion. And I know I've had different councillors phone me, and I just think if we can have it out in the public, what the procedure is would be quite helpful, you know, for the ratepayers and for us as councillors, how to deal with it when we get calls.
Okay, so I did ask the new GM of Corporate Services, she's not here today, but what she said to do is there is a number on your tax bill to call if you have any questions, and it's right on the invoice. It's also on the website. If you're unhappy with the answer and you want to appeal your taxes, you can appeal it. And but be very mindful, there is a specific date, and it's 30 days to appeal is the provincial rule. We've discovered that on our website, we are going to tweak the information there because even when she was going on there today, it wasn't as clear as it could be. So we will make sure. The phone number, if anybody's listening and wants to phone, is 780-785-3411, or you can email assessor@lsac.ca. Do you see it on your tax bill?
Yeah, to be quite honest, I didn't even know there was something on the back that shows you how close the island.
Most people look on the front because that's where all the numbers are.
So I think that is something to remind people that actually on the back of the assessment is are those numbers, and actually a bit of a process too.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any questions through to Anne on that?
Just back to the committees for a minute. The ones that we are dissolving on, I was thinking about how to do that, and we'll make sure that letters go out on the behalf of council, just thanking them for their time and their commitment, and that we are removing ourselves from the committee. So
Yeah.
we'll follow up on that
And
this
maybe
week.
leave the invitation open if they do need some information from us that,
Yes,
you
we're
know,
more
special
than welcome.
request to attend a meeting or whatever.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, next then is dust control.
Now, unfortunately, because this came on, we couldn't get roads people here, and our GM of operations is starting in 2 weeks. So what I will give you background, and you can ask me questions, and I may or may not be able to answer them, but dust suppressant, my understanding is in the past, the budget was put in place. Let's give a round figure of 100,000. I don't know if that's accurate, but what often happened after that, there was many people that would come forward, 2 members of council, and there was a lot of what I'd call one-offs, and they were added to the list. This year in our budget, we had a budget for dust suppressant, but it was not all those add-ons. It was the original group of roads that we thought needed the dust control. I'm not saying that's accurate, I'm just giving you the history of it. So I'm thinking what's happening right now is our situation is the people who came forward after and got the one-offs, they're wondering why they're not getting dust suppressant. So we have to look at this as through our service delivery before next year. In the meantime, how do we deal with this? Because all the extra requests that come in are adding to our budget.
So I'm a little unclear because it's a user pay and the ratepayers pay $625 for a 100-meter length. Does that mean that we are subsidizing on top of the
Yes.
625?
Yes, that's my understanding, but we
I
can
think
get
we
you
need to
clarity.
clarify that
Yeah.
to make sure. The other thing that I want to talk about is the April deadline. I believe that that's an incorrect deadline. I believe a May deadline would be far better, because then we would be in to the better part of the spring, last part of the spring, where it's actually drier than it is in April. So I'd like to review that when we talk about the policy. The other thing is that at some point, I did hear something about compassionate on this program too.
There is a compassionate program, and Councillor Knish had the same question, and I found out that everybody who's on this compassionate list has to reapply every year. So we will reach out and deal with that. But I do think that we need to clarify all of this. There's also in other municipalities that I've been in, there was always the manner in which they applied the dust suppressant. And I don't know if it's the same here, if it's equally done, but in other municipalities, it wasn't like we rotated it to say, so say your division last year got it first, now Mike's division will get it first, so there's more equity. So I think we need an overall review of the whole program itself. Is the deadline too tight? Are we meeting the needs? What's the subsidy? What's the budget? And bring this back before we start into the fall budget process.
Can we also get
I
more than
would
one?
agree. Sorry. No, it's fine.
I think we only have one vendor on dust control too, do we not?
I'm not sure.
Oh,
Councillor Bolton.
the research I've done, there's only one vendor. We should have more than one option.
Yes, that will be factored into the report as well.
Just curious on public notices for dust control. Do we release them at a certain point in time, or how are they done?
I have no idea, but I'll find out.
I think that's pretty important for the public to know that there's deadlines and.
Okay.
Yeah, I do believe that was in the paper, though. They did have that in there.
And I do think it's on
Or Jill?
a website too as well.
Jill?
I was just wondering if I could request proper scheduling of dust control and graveling. I had a resident who paid for the dust area, and then a week later, the gravel truck comes through to gravel the road. They gravel up to the dust, and then they don't gravel where they, and then they don't gravel where they dusted, and then they continued the gravel on. So he had no gravel in front of his roads.
So perhaps some overall strategic planning on how we're doing this.
Yes, please.
That's an innovative idea.
Sounds like the roadworks guy wasn't planning things very well.
So meanwhile, while we find a new way, how are we handling today?
What we're doing today is we're going to make sure that every request put forward, because I said there is a cost. We have built-in contingency, because we always do. How much contingency I have to find out. Is there room to add any more roads, and what is the cost going to be? And if we run out of contingency, where do we find that funding?
So you report back to us?
Yes.
Thank you.
So did you say that anyone who requested that has already been, because they're too late, you're going to allow them to be part of it?
We're looking at it. We're looking
Yeah.
at everything on a case-by-case basis right
Okay.
now because we have to.
All right. Okay, that's fine. I do have one other question is, and I'm not sure if we discussed that or have a policy, but for the hamlets, most of them don't have pavement, and they're very dusty. And some of them, like last year, Green Court, I'll use as an example, they did dust control in August, which is a bit of a waste of time and waste of money. They phoned me now, beginning of May, and said, when are we planning on doing dust control? So number one, is our policy presently that we do hamlets, which I would think should be done automatically. I don't think the residents should be phoning in on that. Secondly, when will dust control be done there? Because my point of view, if you're going to do it in August, that's not
bother.
money well spent by county or by residents.
Agreed.
So do you,
I don't know the
Don't know?
answer, but we'll
Okay.
find out. I've added
Yeah.
it to the list.
and
So here's another question. If we are going to do dust control in hamlets, are we going to ignore subdivisions?
Well, I would say we have to look at that because we have 8 hamlets, we have 74 subdivisions, and you can imagine what I'm thinking right now, the cost. It would be unreal.
So, when we talk about
fair enough.
precedents,
Yep.
we have to be careful. I know we manage Sangudo, when we manage Green Court, Cherry Hill,
8, yep.
and
There's 8.
Rich Valley,
Rich Valley. So there's,
Rochford Bridge,
yeah, Rochford, exactly. Darwell.
Glen Eves.
Yeah, turns out to be a lot.
So 8
of-
and 74.
8. So, not to say we shouldn't, but if we're going to, we need to look at all of them together.
Yeah. And I think we have to manage expectations for the public as well, because it's really clear. We want to be supportive, we want to keep the taxes down, but everything costs, whether it's money or time or both. And so how are we managing that? I think we can do it better, but certainly we have to look at how we're doing it now.
Let's hope for a rainy season.
Yeah.
One question.
The other thing is when I was talking to people that were refused and I asked when are they starting, actually I talked to Brad and I asked him when are they starting, said, well, we can't start before the road ban is off. So,
Road bans are coming off next week, I
oh,
believe.
yeah, I was gonna ask that. Yeah, so the road bans, they couldn't start before then, and yet it was dust here in Asanavagan, and, is it possible to start earlier? Because there's way more value the earlier we get that done to help people.
So, you asked the road foreman, and he said you can't start till the road ban's off. We all know that the road ban is 50%. That means that you would just carry 50% of the water. That's a simple equation on that one. It could start right away. Yeah, but I mean,
The other issue is that if you're only doing 50% of the load, it's costing you more to do it.
I bet if we had another vendor or two, it might be cheaper.
I have no idea about that, but it always makes sense to have more vendors and competitive. Yeah.
Question, I got a road that we ground up from paved back to gravel. Is that still on the list, or how do we keep those roads on the list? I had people phone and ask. Obviously, it was dusty
Can you
last
give me
week.
the number and I can check? You can text it to me.
Okay, yeah, it's 21, I believe. It's just straight north of 777. It turns from paved to gravel. It was paved for 15 years, and then we decided gravel was good enough, I guess.
Okay.
Or tried something new that didn't work.
Yeah, we had a same experience in Division 5 in Golden Glen. We had a road, actually the road that runs completely through Golden Glen was ripped up because they were told it was going to be paved, and it's now gravel. So now they're sucking dust where they used to have an oil top road. Can we look into Golden Glen and see if that can be done?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of roads in the county like that, guys. There'll be a list a mile long. I've got some in mind. Like,
No, I believe
is
that
what it
got
is.
added to the list due to, our error, but that's what I was told. I don't know if we can look into that, would be great.
that's part of my question about traffic count on the roads.
Yep.
So we can determine those things ahead of time.
Okay, I think that's, it's really a good discussion. It isn't real simple, the answer, but hopefully for next year we'll be
In better shape.
prepared. And I'm happy to hear that maybe those that had phoned in, they get a call back and say that, hey, you will be accepted even though you're 5 days late.
Yeah.
And just get your money in. And
Another thing, I had a gentleman call me and said, there's no need to grade his road as often as we do. Is that something we can look at as well? Because some of these roads where we were farming, it's a dead end road and they graded it and just makes it worse. There's no need. I don't know if it was just, I don't
One
think
of
it
the-
was necessary, but
Yeah, and through the chair to Councillor Dirksen, one of the things that we really need to look at, as I keep saying, is asset management. And all these roads are part of the bigger. One of the first mandates I have for the new general manager of operations is a complete road review of the whole county. What kind of shape are we in? Because you as council can't make good, valid decisions until you have the information. And we need an inventory. We need to know what the structure is. We need to know what the road grade is. We need a lot of work. I'm not saying it's an easy answer, but that is something that will help us all moving forward. So, yeah.
Good, thank you. Okay?
We have one more thing on the
Okay,
agenda.
one more thing.
Governance training.
Governance, yeah. So can I make a comment before we start that? So this is going to be a couple of things. One is, or maybe three different things. One is, last meeting, I suggested that, for ourselves and development of leadership of our team here, that I wanted to implement where we give everyone in the next years an opportunity to chair a council meeting, just for training for future, to develop each of our councillors. So I'd mentioned that I was going to attempt to appoint someone every second month at least to chair one of the council meetings. And so I've asked Jill to do that at the May 28th meeting. Now there's been some discussion, and that some members felt that this should be done by motion and not just a decision made. And so that's fine. We can make a motion that Jill would be able to chair the meeting, or a portion of the meeting on the 28th. I'd said that I would chair the public hearing portion of that, but the rest of the meeting would be chaired by Jill. And I would entertain a motion for that if someone wants to make that motion. Dale?
I would make that motion.
Dale would make that motion.
Yep.
So
And
then we've got it on the books that it's there, and
I do have a
Yeah.
couple comments too that
yeah,
I'd like to.
that's fine.
Just to clarify too, to make sure that the process that we're doing is correct, because when I looked at the policy and the bylaw, I couldn't really differentiate whether we could do that as a council. That's why I suggested to Jürgen that if we make a motion here at council, because we make decisions by motions, like I said earlier, bylaw and policy. And that way, it's there, it's down, but maybe there is something that needs to be tweaked in that particular policy or bylaw. Because if you look at the MGA, both Jürgen and I are here. And when we're both here, there's no definition on how to put somebody in the chair.
Okay.
If we're not here, then the rest of council that's here has the opportunity to make a motion and say, okay, this person will be chair because the Reeve's not here and the deputy's not here.
Just show up late.
Show up late.
Be 10 minutes late. Covered. Problem solved.
Well, I thought of that as well, but
Yeah.
I thought, we should,
Yeah.
it should be formal, because this is formal, and the
Yeah.
next part that I'm gonna talk about is the training that we should provide. I know Ann had brought something forward about pecuniary interest and conflict of interest. I mean, that's an important one that should be handled. And as governance should be another one. How to run a meeting is another, Robert's rules. Or even administrative justice. And if we could get administration to look into some of those, come back to us with a couple of proposed plans on what to be trained on and what's available for minimal cost. I know the municipal affairs has some free training as well.
Yes, and I Through the chair, I have a couple of options too, because I've done this before myself and other people. I would suggest to be a third party, not me, but somebody who has that experience and background in chairing and running meetings. I can look into that and bring some options back.
Good, thank you.
Okay, well, let's deal with this motion first, and then we'll go into the other stuff. So any further discussion on that?
So Jill will run the meeting on the 28th.
On the 28th of
Start to
May.
finish.
Except for the portion in there of the public hearing.
Okay, why can't she do that?
What's that?
Why can't she do that too? I'm just curious.
Because we agreed that maybe it was better I run that.
Okay, as long as you guys
Yeah.
figured it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was, we had discussed it, and we thought that,
I would suggest too, after you finish this motion, leaving that on the council agenda, because if you're going to do that every 2 months so we don't miss it, make sure that we leave it on the agenda.
Also, we did get some pecuniary training on, and conflict of interest training already.
With the lawyer.
We did get that with the lawyer already. So
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
had a bit of that.
I mean, the
More-
Roberts
more
rules thing
doesn't
might be a
matter.
good thing to go with. That's pretty basic, but some of the stuff we can figure out, right?
all right? Any more discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, so now I'll pass it over to you.
You said you had three
Oh,
things.
I had, the other one was the discussion of I don't care, for lack of a better word, a retreat where we, as council and the, staff, management staff, get together, and I think the date's been set for the 24th of June.
Yes.
Where we get together at Lessard Lake.
Yes.
Yeah, it's been booked, where we go through, I really, I know you can frown, but there is some value that we learn each other, get to know each other better on a different basis than us sitting here and them sitting there, but that we interact, learn about each other, and learn to work even better as a team. Because I do think teamwork is what we're all about, and the management team has to be part of that. And so Ann and I had talked about it, and I really felt strong, and I know it was pushed by me a little bit, and I would like to bring it forward and make sure that council is okay with that, and that we spend a day in getting to know each other on a different level, and not just talk about business, but on a personal level, that we learn to trust and work with each other.
Could have gone paintballing. That'd have been fun. Just saying.
We're getting paintball, but
We could.
I get the gun and you have to run.
And he'd still outrun you.
Oh yeah, I'm a bad shot. I'm a really bad shot.
But so is council okay with that? I mean, we did together with Ann, we
What
wanted
day
to
is
get
that?
it
Is that
done
a Saturday?
relatively soon, so.
That's a what?
24th, whatever
24th,
date
yeah,
that is.
yeah.
A Wednesday?
It's a Wednesday because we were trying to get it in everybody's calendar to make
Yeah.
sure, because everybody's really busy and we're trying to make it work.
just
And
an
we
odd day.
will bring forward, we're just working on some other things, but a proposed agenda for council because we want all your feedback, so. And I do agree with the Reeve that we are a leadership team together, so
Yeah.
I do think this is critically important for us to get together.
So this thing will have all management, foremans, and
No,
staff.
No,
just,
no, no,
just
just
the upper
management.
management, what,
Upper
five
management,
five
7.
people or some, 7?
Yeah.
7 people. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we wanted to leave it till they were all hired, till Nick was there, not do it before.
Yeah,
so
that's why
that,
we were waiting till
that,
June.
Everybody's included, and I think it's a really important thing, and
I think it's a
good
good
for
idea.
all of us.
Yep, I do too.
Are we okay with that? Anyone opposed? No? Okay, so that one's on, and I think that covers all the things I.
Okay, you said you had a few, I'm just making
Well, I
sure we
thought we
didn't miss.
just did them, but, yeah.
What? That's it?
Did you need a
Nothing
motion?
else?
Nope.
You didn't have anything?
I'm done.
Okay,
Do you need a motion for that, Ann?
I think it wouldn't hurt.
That
okay,
wouldn't hurt, that's right.
okay. A motion by Dale that we have that for lack of a better word,
Retreat.
management retreat or whatever it's called. Yeah, come up with a name. All in favor? Carried. And with that, we're done. We have nothing for in camera as far as I know. With that, I call the meeting adjourned.